Recording in
responsible
progress.
for the chemicals spill will be charged for the cleanup. Last city council meeting that I was here, I spoke and I really appreciated the way that they presented me that evening, which was just voice only for safety reasons. Thank you very much.
How's it going, guys? Klaus Joris. I have a restaurant down on Broadway Avenue, right at Broadway and Hillsdale. I'm just kind of here to address the car show that we're going to be having coming up next year, or two of them, I should say. The exotics on Broadway.
Sure, you talk.
The car shows that you have on Broadway.
That's on the agenda. So you need to hold your comments until those things are talked about on the agenda.
Okay, is it okay if I just go now? My restaurant's open. I got to go back to work, but I just wanted to be able to express this. No? Thank you very much for your time.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom wishing to make public comment, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from your phone. And you now have the podium, please.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I just wanted to speak briefly on a situation that's on the agenda as a presentation. It's in regards to the new law coming up in September about the red curbs and not red curbs. I wish I could have been there, but I had something else come up. I just wanted to say that if we're going to use some streets as a pilot program for this, I think to make those curbs red so that our law enforcement can enforce the new law, and so that they don't have to get out there with a measuring tape to decide whether the car is parked within the legal limits or not. So I would just say that I think it's a good program. I think it needs to be done in the entire city. That would make it a lot safer for people trying to pull out of these streets. So I would say if you're going to do it, let's do it right and let's red curb these areas. Thank you.
Andy, you now have permission to speak. Hello, Andy, you have now the floor to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not realize I had raised my hand. I have no comments.
Okay, thank you. There are no more.
Public comment remains open.
Daryl Chote, I'm bringing this up because I just found this out. How are we supposed to understand what's on, I mean, we know what's on the agenda, but how are we going to read the staff report if there's no staff reports for any of the community? And then I find out you guys are all on laptop. What about us? I mean, you know, we want to read the staff report because We're making real comments here, I guess. Do you have any staff reports for the public?
Public comment remains open. I see no one else, hearing no one else. Public comment is closed. City manager, city attorney, are there any issues, questions, or concerns you can answer at this time?
Sure. I'll note that the staff reports are online. And if a member of the public needs a staff report, they can always stop by and ask for one and we'll print it for them.
And, Mr. Sorry. Yeah, and just to add to that, I believe we maintain one hard copy for the public access right over there in that white binder. Should be a copy of all the staff reports.
And we normally don't print staff reports in anticipation of who's in the room. You can imagine printing up 40 of those reports for each item. I never seen it. But if you do need to read the staff report, you can go online and it's always a copy here at City Hall. If you want a copy of that report, then the city manager will make one available if you ask for one to be made available. Okay, let's go on to number 6, public agency communications. Anyone here from public agencies? Anyone online? Who? Okay, all right, next. We will have 6A, Seaside City News broadcast for upcoming citywide events and communication announcements. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. We are searching for our code enforcement officer.
It's the news. It's the news.
If we can. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, the news.
The news. What is he doing? Bill. Yeah.
Let's dip into this week's edition of Seaside City News, covering more of the events happening this December. The following is a message regarding Spanish interpretation options for this meeting. Si los asistentes que se unen a nosotros hoy desean escuchar la presentación de hoy en español, inicien sesión de Zoom e ingresen el ID de la reunión. Busquen el icono de interpretación en los controles de la reunión. Para usar la función de interpretación de idiomas, deben descargar la aplicación Zoom en su computadora de escritorio, teléfono inteligente o tableta. Luego verán los canales de idiomas. Seleccionen Español. Para asistencia técnica o de interpretación de idiomas, visiten el mostrador del secretario municipal en el ayuntamiento o envíen un correo electrónico a cityclerk@ci.seaside.ca.us. Gracias. The city of Seaside will be hosting its annual Winter Wonderland and tree lighting ceremony on Friday, December 6th from 6 to 9. This event will take place on the City Hall lawn and will feature snow, a petting zoo, horse carriage rides, arts and crafts, bounce houses, live entertainment, and a very special visit from Santa Claus. This event is free for the community. For more information, please call 831-899-6800. The Friends of Seaside Parks Association is having several work days all over the city this December. On Saturday, the 7th, FOSPA will be at Highland Park and at Martin Park. As these wonderful volunteers will tell you, This is a fantastic opportunity to feel good while doing good, so don't miss out. For more information, including future dates and locations, visit friendsofseasideparks.org. On Saturday, December 7th, Palenque Arts presents Una Noche con Sabor, a special concert by Palenque Arts Latin Jazz Combo, directed by Paul Cantos, and special guest, French Caribbean chanteuse, Christelle Durandi. There will be mambos, boleros, guajiras, and timba. Tickets available at palenquearts.org or call 831-899-9909. All right, City of Seaside, quick secret to share. On Saturday, December 14th, Santa, yes, that Santa, will be at the Oldemeyer Center for Cereal with Santa. From 9 a.m. to 11, you can share your breakfast and your holiday wish list with the big man in red. The Grinch has been left off this year's guest list, but everyone else is invited, so make sure you register at bit.ly/Seaside Rec Track. The Seaside Fire Department is excited to announce this year's Toy Drive. Please donate new, unwrapped toys to support children in our community this holiday season. Donations are accepted through Wednesday, December 18th at the Seaside Fire Department on Broadway Avenue. Thank you for all you do. The City of Seaside cordially invites you to attend the swearing-in ceremony for Ian N. Oglesby as mayor, Alexis Garcia Arrasola as council member, and David R. Pacheco as council member on Thursday, December 19th at 5 p.m. at City Hall. A reception will be held immediately following this meeting in the Walter Lee Avery Gallery. On Saturday, December 21st, Seaside Rising presents the 3rd Annual Youth Leadership Academy Summit at Oldemeyer Center. From 5 to 8 p.m., join the celebration to showcase Seaside's emerging youth leaders for their continued commitment to serving the community, preventing gang violence, supporting higher education, and college to career pathways. There will be free food, youth empowerment, guest speakers, entertainment, raffle prizes, and more. For more information and to guarantee your place in the raffle, visit MC Black Caucus on Linktree. On Saturday, December 21st, the City of Seaside presents the 49th Annual Community Holiday Luncheon at Oldemeyer Center. Doors open at 10:30 a.m., with lunch being served at noon. This is a free event, but a ticket is required, with a maximum of 2 per person. Tickets must be picked up at the Oldemeyer Center prior to the event, starting December 6th. The Engineering and Public Works Department would like to announce several bid opportunities for work being done in the City of Seaside. There are general paving and construction on-call contracts and a beam repair project for the Seaside Fire Station. For more information on these and future projects, search bids and proposals on the city's website. The Central Coast Small Business Development Center is offering a number of opportunities for resources, grants, and workshops tailored to help local entrepreneurs. Whether you're looking for office space, starting up a home-based food business, or an at-home daycare, there's a program catered just for you. Visit centralcoastsbdc.com for more information. Have you ever wanted to run a daycare from your home? The Central California Small Business Development Center, in a collaboration with Nurture, has created a 12-week childcare business program. Along with free online training, the course offers business advising services and up to $1,000 startup grant upon completion. To learn more about this exciting program, visit bit.ly/smallbizchildcare. In advance of this year's rainy season, the City of Seaside has set up 2 sandbag filling stations for residents. The first filling station is located at the Seaside Fire Station at 1635 Broadway Avenue, behind the station at the Broadway entrance. The second station is in the empty lot on Canyon Del Rey between Chili's Restaurant and Laguna Grande Park. Residents may take up to 10 sandbags per household. Due to possible weather conditions and staff dispatching, city staff may not be available to assist in filling sandbags. For more information, contact the Public Works Department at 831-899-6835 or at pwinfo@ci.seaside.ca.us. Marina Landscape Incorporated has begun the construction of the Fremont Medians renovation project for the City of Seaside. The project construction will include gravel, mulch, planting, and irrigation improvements to the existing medians on Fremont Boulevard from Kimball Avenue to the Monterey Road Highway 1 intersection. Traffic and pedestrian control may be in place for public safety. For project updates, visit the construction updates page of the city's website. Para ver las noticias de esta semana en inglés o español, visite youtube.com/C/City of Seaside, California. We appreciate you tuning in to Seaside City News, where we work to include, innovate, and inspire. We'll be back with more exciting events to share on December 19th. Until then, be safe, live fully, and enjoy all our city has to offer. Thank you, Seaside.
Wow, wow, a lot of stuff happening in Seaside. It's happening in Seaside. Next is presentation 7A, update on pending code enforcement actions at the Seabreeze Apartments. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Our code enforcement officer has a presentation.
So we're gonna have a translator assist us tonight. Thank you.
Oh, while we're waiting on that, can you introduce him and his qualifications and where he's from? Or I guess he can introduce himself.
All right, got it. Thank you. Yes, my name is Gabriel Mejia. I'm a certified interpreter and I'll be helping out with today's translation.
Thank you so much and
My
welcome.
pleasure. Thank you.
Right. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, City Manager, and City Attorney. My name is Alfred Soto. I'm the Code Compliance Coordinator with the City of Seaside. Tonight, I'll be presenting an update on pending code enforcement actions at the Seabreeze Apartments. Just a brief overview. When this matter initially started, the city received 46 initial complaints, mostly focused on cockroaches within the living units. But there were other substandard complaints as well, such as peeling paint, plumbing issues, missing smoke and carbon monoxide alarms, and other matters particular to the specific unit, but those were the most common violations. Out of those 46 complaints, 7 individuals ended up retracting their complaints. And then upon city inspection, 7 of the units were found to not have evidence of a cockroach infestation. In total, there were 32 violation notices sent to the property owner, with the most recent notice being sent just a couple of days ago. And I'll explain a bit more as to why that is. If we can get the next slide, post-treatment inspections. That's great, that's great. Sorry, it was off. The city code enforcement team has had a daily presence at the Seabreeze Apartments.
Tenido su presencia en los apartamentos de Seabreeze.
That presence involves performing the follow-up inspections within the units,
Presencia, ¿verdad? Significa, ¿verdad? Hacer las aclaraciones, la inspección de las unidades.
staff is attempting to make contact with individuals who have not been responsive to inspection requests.
Trabajadores están tomando en caso, ¿verdad? Cuando ellos no responden a estos requerimientos.
If we do come upon a unit where there is no response and no one home,
Si llegamos a una unidad donde no hay una respuesta o si nadie está en la casa,
City staff leaves a city business card at the door
los trabajadores de edad dejan una tarjeta enfrente de la puerta
requesting the occupant to contact the staff person.
en donde solicitamos a los ocupantes que se comuniquen con nosotros.
The city is also visiting the property to post inspection request notices.
Ciudad también se está yendo a las unidades para mencionarles esas inspecciones.
These inspection request notices are going on the units
Estas notas de inspecciones las estamos poniendo en las unidades
that are immediately adjacent to confirmed cockroach infested units.
que inmediatamente se pueden verificar acerca de estas cucarachas si están infestadas.
But for whatever reason, that tenant has not submitted an official complaint to the city.
Pero si por cualquier razón ese tendiente no ha metido una queja directamente a la ciudad,
In our re-inspections, we are seeing a noticeable reduction in cockroach activity.
en nuestras inspecciones, ¿verdad? Sí hemos notado, ¿verdad? Esto de las cucarachas.
As of this time, city has closed 12 cases related to the cockroach infestation.
Desde tiempo ahorita, sí, la ciudad ha cerrado 12 casos en términos de esta infestación de las cucarachas.
And for those units that have not seen complete compliance,
Y para esas unidades que realmente no han cumplido,
the city is informing the property owner of the remaining violations.
la ciudad sí le informa a los propietarios de la casa de las violaciones.
Of the units that we've inspected,
Hay otras unidades que hemos inspeccionado.
some of the non-cockroach violations resolved,
Hay una se da que de las cucarachas se da, las violaciones se han resolvido,
involve mold,
involucraron como mildew,
smoke and carbon monoxide alarms,
humo, alarmas del carbono de dióxido,
peeling paint,
la pintura descarapelándose,
water pressure,
presión del agua
and electrical faceplates.
y cosas de electricidad.
So there have been 2 new complaints,
Y ha habido 2 nuevas quejas.
and this will explain the letter that was sent a couple of days ago.
Y esto ¿verdad? Explica la carta que mandamos hace un par de días.
When the city goes in to perform a follow-up inspection,
Cuando la ciudad va a mirar una inspección,
there's been a couple of instances where the tenant brings to the attention
ha habido instantes ¿verdad? Donde el dueño ¿verdad? Nos llama la atención.
of staff additional concerns.
Pues, algunas preocupaciones más.
We then generate another letter and send to the property owner
Después ¿verdad? Generamos otra carta, se los mandamos a los dueños de la propiedad,
and copy the tenant in the letter.
la copia al tendiente a la carta.
In our visits to the property,
En nuestras visitas a la propiedad,
we are providing educational handouts
estamos proveyendo información en unos carteles
to those we make contact with.
individuales que tenemos el contacto.
These educational handouts involve how to create conditions that will restrict mold,
Estos boletines educativos les ayudan cómo tratar de restringir mildew.
they explain the importance of smoke and carbon monoxide alarms,
Explican la importancia de las alarmas de humo y del carbono de dióxido
and provide some information on dealing with cockroaches.
Proveemos algo de información de cómo controlar estas cucarachas.
I do have those handouts at the table at the side of the room.
Sí tengo esos panfletes y al lado del cuarto, anuncios, perdón.
Okay, if we can get the next slide, please. So here we have our map again.
Aquí tenemos nuestro mapa otra vez.
This map shows the status of the re-inspection efforts.
Este mapa, ¿verdad? Enseña el estado del esfuerzo que hemos hecho para las inspecciones.
The purple dots indicate a unit the city has re-inspected.
Puntitos morados es la unidad que la ciudad ya ha inspeccionado.
The red dots represent a unit that has been unresponsive to staff's requests to inspect.
Los puntitos rojos, ¿verdad? Son los que la unidad no nos ha respondido a nuestros trabajadores para esta inspección.
The dark blue dots represent upcoming inspections that are on our schedule.
Los puntos azules oscuros, son los que próximamente les haremos la inspección.
The light blue units represent units that have not submitted a complaint.
Las colores azul bajo son las unidades que no han metido quejas.
Next slide, please. So this is the two buildings at the north side of the property.
Estos son los dos edificios, ¿verdad? Al lado norte de la propiedad.
City staff did not observe evidence of a cockroach infestation in these two units.
Los trabajadores de la ciudad no miraron infestiones de cucarachas en esas unidades.
Excuse me, buildings.
Perdón, ¿verdad? Los edificios.
Okay, so we have seen substantial progress.
Entonces ya hemos mirado este progreso sustancial.
I'm happy to say that every unit that we've inspected
Estoy contento de decir que cada unidad que hemos inspeccionado
has either seen complete remediation
ha visto inmediatamente esta compleción,
or significant reduction in the amount of cockroaches.
reducción importante de estas cucarachas.
What the city is doing now is we are now reaching the adjacent units.
Ahora lo que está haciendo la ciudad ahorita, llegando a las próximas unidades conectadas,
We are requesting to inspect their unit to ensure that everyone is living in a safe and sanitary unit.
estamos pidiendo, ¿verdad?, de inspeccionar sus unidades. Así todos están viviendo saludable y seguramente en sus unidades.
The city continues to receive updates and treatment logs from the exterminator.
La ciudad todavía sigue obteniendo esta información, esta renovación, acerca de los papeles de exterminación.
The treatments are occurring weekly at the units.
Entonces, lo estamos haciendo cada semana en las unidades.
Our frequent visits to the property allows us to communicate with the tenants.
Estas visitas frecuentes a las unidades nos ayudan a comunicarnos bien con los vivientes allí,
Which does result in finding some new conditions the city can help with.
y es donde podemos darnos cuenta de algunos nuevos problemas, ¿verdad?, que la ciudad puede ayudar.
We are in the middle of performing the post-treatment inspections.
Ahorita ya estamos más o menos listos para hacer las inspecciones después.
And we continue to attempt to contact those who have not responded to our request to inspect.
Vamos a seguir comunicando con las personas que no nos han dado una respuesta de la inspección.
This concludes my presentation. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Esto termina mi presentación. Si tienen algunas preguntas, estoy contento de contestarlas.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councilmember Garcia.
I just have a couple, actually two. You mentioned that I think you said two of the complaints withdrew their complaints. Do you know why?
So there were seven retracted
There we go,
complaints.
seven
Yeah.
individuals. Yeah.
No, those individuals have not provided detail into why the complaints were retracted.
Sus quejas.
Some have not responded from the very beginning to our requests to assist.
Para asistirles.
And then how's the communication going with those that aren't compliant? You said that you're continuing communication. What is that communication looking like?
¿Cómo se mira esa comunicación? Porque dices que estás tratando de comunicarte con ellos que no han respondido.
Those who are not compliant,
Yeah, you said
Yeah.
we're going to continue communicating with those that aren't compliant.
Yeah, so we are seeing the tenants doing what they need to do to allow the exterminators to come in and treat.
Sí, estamos mirando, ¿verdad? Los vivientes, los que viven allí, nos están ayudando a los exterminadores a que sí, están haciendo las cosas que tienen que hacer para que vengan y miren.
But just because a unit still has cockroaches
Pero no más, porque sí, ¿verdad? Si la unidad todavía tiene cucarachas,
doesn't mean that they're not complying with what needs to be done.
significa que ellos no estén haciendo lo que tengan que hacer.
We haven't seen complete remediation of the cockroaches.
No hemos visto completamente el remedio de estas cucarachas.
But I asked, how is the communication looking like?
Pero yo pregunté, ¿cómo se mira esta comunicación?
Yeah, so the city is in communication with the property manager in regards to the results of our inspections.
Y la ciudad está comunicándose con los manejadores de la propiedad en términos de estas información.
And we are making them aware of the units that need continued treatment due to cockroach presence upon our inspection.
Estamos mencionando de las unidades, ¿verdad? Que tenemos que todavía continuar mirando en términos de esta infestión de cucarachas.
Are we personally going to the places that we're inspecting and just continuing communication with them? Or are we just going to the property manager, relaying that information to them?
¿Estamos yendo personalmente a las propiedades o nomás estamos comunicándonos con los manejadores de las propiedades?
We have frequent communication with the tenants, both by phone call and city staff finds it efficient to exchange text messages, photos, things like that.
Okay, perfect. That was my question.
Yeah.
That was my question. And lastly, are we placing these in common areas throughout or or are we just leaving these at
Estos
their
papeles,
residence?
¿los vamos a dejar en las residencias o cómo le haremos?
We're providing them with each individual that we make contact with, but that we can't post that.
Perfect.
Cada
Thank you.
individual que tengamos el contacto.
Any other questions?
Otra
No other
pregunta.
que- I have a few concerns. You said the mold was resolved.
Tengo unas preocupaciones, ¿verdad? Dices que el mildew
And I'm
se
trying to
resolvió.
understand it's, how do we know that?
Quiero
And
entender.
so,
¿Cómo sabemos eso?
Right, so upon
Correcto.
staff's inspection of the unit,
Como los trabajadores inspeccionan las unidades,
we are looking at the locations that were originally brought up to us,
estamos mirando las locaciones, ¿verdad? Que de primero nos acaban de mencionar
and we are seeing that there is no mold presence on those surfaces.
y hemos estado mirando de que no hay mildew presente en esas unidades.
oh, okay, I think someone said, I think at the last meeting that there may be a possibility of just painting over the mold.
Recuerdo que en las
Have you
últimas
seen any of that, or
Nunca.
that's, when you look at it, you don't think that's the case?
dijeron que a lo mejor ellos estaban pintando arriba del mildew. Cuando ustedes los miran, ¿piensas que no ese es el caso?
I can just say when I look at a surface, I don't see mold at these post inspections.
Yo miro esos edificios, ¿verdad? Después no miro el mildew en esos lugares.
And then you had mentioned electrical face plates missing, and then water pressure.
Luego también mencionaste, se da acerca de las conexiones electrónicas, y la
resolved.
presión del agua. ¿Eso ya se resolvió?
Those were resolved?
Yes.
Sí.
Okay, thank you. No other questions?
Gracias. ¿Alguna otra pregunta?
Could you just go ahead, a quick, I guess, summary of the next step? Well, I guess it's just, you're gonna continue to get in and out of those units. Well, I do have one more question. You said 7 retracted their statement, but do we check those units?
Y mencionaste que 7, ¿verdad?
Anyway.
Quitaron la queja. ¿Sí han mirado esas unidades otra vez?
Yes, city staff is still attempting to establish contact with these individuals so that we can get in and look at the conditions.
Los trabajadores de la ciudad están comunicando con estos individuales para mirar estas condiciones.
And just for the city manager, do you believe we continue to do as much as we can?
Manejador de la ciudad,
What was your saying last time?
¿piensas que estamos haciendo lo que
We
tenemos que hacer?
should
¿Que
be
habíamos por la
operating
última
at
vez?
the edge of our legal authority. Are you, not the edge, just at the
Yeah.
limits.
Yeah, don't go
Estamos
over the edge.
Limits of our legal
Dentro de
authority.
los
Do you
límites
think we're pretty
de
close to
nuestra
that?
autoridad.
You know, we're doing more, so I don't want to say but do you believe we're doing as much as
Estamos
you
haciendo más,
and your authority can do at this time?
Yes.
pero con tu autoridad.
Okay,
Sí.
thank you so much.
Muchas gracias.
We'll go to item number 7B, first quarter financial results.
Do I use this, Sam, for the presentation? Do I use this? Okay. Well, good evening, Mayor Oglesby and members of the council. I'm Jessie Riley, the city's finance director, and tonight I'm providing a condensed overview of the fiscal year 24-25 first quarter report. And the full report is attached to this agenda item and contains quite a bit more detail. So the first quarter report also, it's unaudited, so some of these numbers are subject to change. And additionally, before we get underway with this presentation, I just want to establish that the scope of the report is generally covering financial activity within the general fund. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So for context, I'll start with a recap of the 24-25 adopted budget, and later slides will provide more information about our progress in the current budget cycle as of the end of the first quarter. So in the right column of the table, you'll see here the total revenues budgeted for fiscal year 24-25 were 48.2 million. Total expenditures for the operating budget were just about 48.2 million as well. So the additional difference resulted in a budget surplus of 21,000 for fiscal year 24-25. However, you'll see here $4.3 million of unassigned fund balance was provided for capital improvements, and 2.3 of unassigned fund balance was provided to support street operations. And on the bottom table, you can see the city's reserve funds for fiscal year 24-25. In this budget, reserves are fully funded at 14.5 million, and you can see the amounts broken down by emergency reserves, special reserves, and capital reserves. No, I don't think it works. So if I could get the next slide, please. So this slide highlights some key items that were included in the adopted budget for the current fiscal year. 2 new strategic positions were approved, while 11 other vacant positions were frozen, so that the position control list overall showed a net reduction. 4% cost of living adjustment were provided to city staff. We completed a key capital purchase that was budgeted, which included the down payment to initiate a lease for a fire engine. We continue to expand services to the community and appropriated 510,000 for grants to support community nonprofits for a 5th year running. General fund funding for the CIP was including $4.3 million, as I mentioned earlier, from unassigned fund balance, and included government buildings, parks, water infrastructure, and stormwater. And this year, we also used $2.3 million of unassigned fund balance to support street operations. And on the next slide, I'm just going to include a comparison of some of the first quarter revenues for the past 3 years. The current fiscal year first quarter revenue totaled $8.3 million, which is 8% or 613,000 higher than the first quarter of the previous year, and 23% or 1.5 million higher than the fiscal year ending in 2023. The chart on this slide also shows a breakdown of the top 5 revenue sources for the city. In the first quarter of the fiscal year, $2 million of sales and use tax were collected, which is $64,000 or 3% higher than the same time last year. And the city's sales and use taxes appear to have leveled off, consistent with our revenue projections for slower growth in this revenue source. During the pandemic, the sales tax performed strongly, driven by sectors like cannabis and automobile sales. But now these very same categories of sales tax are showing the largest declines. Property tax continues stable growth as it has in the past 3 years. TOT has declined in the first quarter of the current fiscal year compared to a very strong quarter in the first quarter of fiscal year 24. So despite the decline, the current pace of growth, if it's maintained, will exceed the annual amount of TOT we are projecting for the current fiscal year. And other top revenue categories continue to include business license tax and utility user tax. Business license tax has flattened compared to the first quarter last year, which can mostly be attributed to the softening in inflation. And utility user tax continues to grow, which could be due to continued revenue enhancement measures the finance department has adopted last year. So the chart on this slide is a similar 3-year comparison of the general fund top expenditure categories. In the current fiscal year, first quarter expenditures were $9.5 million. The prior year expenses were $8.9 million, and expenses during the year 22-23, when the city was benefiting from a successful staffing effort, were $9.6 million. Personnel services were budgeted to increase by approximately $3 million for the entire year over the previous year budget, largely driven by increasing unfunded pension liability costs. Part of this increase also includes the impact of the cost of living adjustments previously mentioned during the budget highlights. Still, personnel costs in the first quarter were below budget by approximately $1.4 million, but this expense category is expected to come in line with the budgeted amounts as recruitments move forward while the city continues to rebuild its workforce. I will post a correction to the first quarter report when it's published online, where services and supplies were up $404,000, about 23%, but it remains under budget by 22%. And the capital projects category is really subject to project schedules, which makes it difficult to discern a trend in the first quarter. I did also want to mention a few, actually I'll stay on the previous slide. Thank you. So while we're discussing expenditures, I just wanted to point out a few variances by department. The legislative body was under budget by $110,000, mostly due to the timing of NIC and community support programs. The administrative department had a $57,000 variance, largely due to increased compensation for staff acting in vacant leadership roles, in addition to increased software costs. The police department is $287,000 under budget in the first quarter due to lower than expected personnel costs. This variance should come in line as the police department, the city manager's office, and the HR department have been very successful this year in bringing the city's police department to full staff. The fire department was also under budget by $574,000 in the first quarter due to personnel costs and the timing of debt service costs. The economic and community development department is $295,000 under budget in the first quarter due to largely personnel costs as well as services and supplies costs. Personnel costs for the community development as a whole are under budget by $102,000 due to staffing vacancies in the planning division. And the variance in services and supplies is largely due to planned consultant costs that have not been engaged as of the first quarter. And the Public Works Engineering Department was approximately $280,000 below budget, largely due to vacant positions in the first quarter of the fiscal year. The vacant positions included mostly an Assistant Public Works Director, Associate Civil Engineer, and 7 maintenance positions. Otherwise, all other departments are at budget or very close to budget. Now I'm on the next slide, please. Thank you. So the first key takeaway for the first quarter on this slide is a look at the starting beginning fund balance of $42.2 million. This is the result of a $1.8 million operating surplus in fiscal year 23-24, but also a $4 million drawdown of the fund balance for capital project expenditures in fiscal year 23-24. So we're starting this year with a $42.2 million fund balance, which is shown on this table at the top. Furthermore, if we take into consider the prior year encumbrances, which are commitments for goods and services that are on order of $7.2 million, the revenue, which was projected at $48.2 million, and expenditures of $54.8 million, and that expenditures includes $48.2 million of operating expenditures, as well as 6.6 of expenditures that are funded by the unassigned fund balance. So that's where you see we have an ending fund balance now of $28.3 million. Overall, if we consider the trends in revenues and expenditures that were previously discussed, such as flattening in sales and use taxes, lower cannabis receipts, a continued stable stream of TOT receipts on the revenue side, despite rising personnel costs on the expense side, we're overall looking at still maintaining a modest operating surplus of $21,000. While also still drawing down $6.6 million of unassigned fund balance. On the next slide, we have a look at our long-term forecast, which provides an amended fiscal year budget for the 24-25 fiscal year and projections for 5 years out. However, to provide more context, I want to speak a little bit to the exceptionally strong results of fiscal year 2021 and again for 21-22, where the fund balance increased significantly due to ARPA funding and strong results in sales tax. So, however, after several large-scale purchases, mostly during fiscal year 22-23, which included appropriation for a downtown parking lot, 2 properties on Del Monte Boulevard, 7.5 million capacity fees required for recycled water, and more recently, a large legal settlement. Unassigned fund balance is projected to be nearly spent down and could potentially turn negative next year, meaning that the city would potentially not be able to maintain policy level reserves. However, with 4 notable development projects expected to generate revenue in the next few years, some starting as soon as next year, the projected unassigned fund balance is expected to turn more positive in the years ahead. So the long term does indicate that the city is in good financial position for the next 5 years, and the city will need to continue to maintain fiscal discipline for the current fiscal year and possibly for fiscal year 25-26. And with many headwinds on the horizon, this forecast is subject to change and will be reevaluated at mid-year review for March of 2025. And we'll continue to update our forecasts and present to council as information becomes available. And I just want to conclude with a few headwinds. The first bullet point, which for the past 2 years had said risk of recession, now is risk of an economic slowdown in 2025, which is consistent with the flattening and moderating revenue forecasts that the staff projects and which also our consultants project. Increasing city expenses, particularly in construction, remain high despite the overall decline in inflation. So this just means we need to really manage any cost overruns in our capital improvement plan. Pension liability costs continue to remain high, and also continued geopolitical unrest is another headwind. And so this concludes a first quarter presentation update. Our next presentations coming up will be the 23-24 final audit report in January, the proposed budget calendar in January, and the mid-year review in March. and I'll take any questions.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sorry, this one's a new one I just saw in your report. If I'm correct, did I see the prior year encumbrance will allow us to have an anticipated balance budget at the end of the year? Is that's, I think I saw $6.2 million as encumbrance or something of that nature. So we're fortunate to have it from the prior year, I guess is my question.
Right. Well, the encumbrances mean we have a beginning balance of funds of $42.2 million, but we have to reduce that by our encumbrances, which are 7.2 million, because we're committed to spend those funds because that's for goods and services that are contracted or on order.
At the end of the budget session last year, we mentioned, or you mentioned, that staff was about 72% of the overall budget. Based on your comments, we're going to be in additional hiring or cost of living costs. We're pretty much online with that towards it, at least as of now. Is that correct?
Yes, I think we'll maintain that level of the percentage of personal costs of overall expenditures by the end of the fiscal year.
And 11 positions are still frozen as we speak.
Yes.
And then the cost of consultants obviously are necessary to supplement leadership staff, et cetera. Do you anticipate the cost of increasing? And if so, do you expect any changes in recommendations coming forth at the mid-year?
That's a very good question in the context of the question you asked previously, pointing to that the city achieved a balanced budget by freezing 11 positions. When you freeze vacant positions, it may mean that the staff has to depend on more consultants to perform work. So we have to always have a balance between staff costs and our consultant costs. I think since both those categories for the first quarter, personnel costs and consultant costs are tracking below budget, we do have a nice balance, but there may be an increase in consultant costs related to a staff vacancy in the building department. And that is more to do with a potential strategic initiative to evaluate and create more efficiencies in that department.
And then it appears that we're on path to have like the 48.2 million in revenue based on your numbers. Is that correct? Or is it
Yes,
less?
so we're not, the most important projection, and which is why we usually use the word variance, is to stay as close to our revenue target as possible, because that's what we're benchmarking our expenditures to. And the current trends that we're seeing in the first quarter indicate that we will achieve 48.2 in revenue.
Just the last one. Based on your report, it looks like, and I know it's only in the first quarter, that we are on path, at least for a balanced budget at the look at the mid-year and at the year end based on the early predictions of this report.
Yes, I think the planned operating budget will hopefully be on track for a small or modest surplus, but we'll have more clarity after we monitor emerging trends at mid-year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Garcia Azul.
Thank you for the report. I just have a quick question on the expenditure slide. Can we confirm that those numbers are accurate? Because on my end, I have Q1 fiscal year 25 at 7.4.
I understand your question. The PowerPoint presentation is correct. And the presentation that the council may have received may have had a typo. I updated that very recently, and I don't think the correction made it through to your slide. So the ones on the PowerPoint presentation and the presentation attached to the agenda and eventually on the website will have the correct numbers.
Thank you. And then just wanting to check in, are we taking into account does the long-term forecast take into account the headwinds that you mentioned, or are we not incorporating that into the projection?
Well, the subjective headwinds such as geopolitical risk, which can't really be modeled, are not included in the long-term forecasts. But similarly, the economic slowdown is indirectly reflected in the long-term forecasts with flattening revenues. I will say though, some of these headwinds, such as pension liability, is very directly included in the long-term forecast.
Thank you.
Councilmember Miller.
Thank you. I just, one thing stood out in the presentation, it was about the police department. You said that the police department has a deduction or had reduced the amount that was allotted, but they're also fully staffed. Maybe you could explain that.
They are coming closer to full staffing. I don't know what the vacancy rate is at for that police department, but I remember at the same time last year, there were at least 6 police officer vacancies, and I think we almost achieved successful recruitments for all those police officer positions this year.
And has the overtime amount gone down?
The overtime amount has started to go down, but I think that's a little bit lagged as the new recruits are trained. But I did also monitor that myself out of curiosity that overtime is below budget.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? I had a couple, well, just a quick comment. I was at a conference earlier today, and that's where we were talking about geopolitical concepts, and we believe, talking at the state level, that it may impact us, it may impact the state of California. And so we're discussing how do we get ready for those impacts, what they may be. We don't know what departments may be hit. It's a lot of ways that the money can stop flowing from the federal government here, particularly in this county, particularly for those serving those communities that are underserved already. So we had to prepare for some of those things going forward. But it was an excellent first quarter financial update. We appreciate your work and keep us in the black.
All right. Thank you much.
Thank you. Next, we'll go on and we'll try to pick up a little speed here. 7C, parking, visibility, and traffic safety, City Manager.
Thank you. Commander Dosa has a presentation for us.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Tonight, Parking Compliance Specialist Iris Klotz will be presenting this item.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, members of the public. I am presenting our shift project on daylighting in response to the new law that came into effect in January 1st of this year and becomes enforceable January 1st of 2025. So we want to get ahead of it. Go ahead with the next slide. So the city of Seaside, in its 2040 plan, committed to a Vision Zero action plan. Vision Zero means no traffic deaths. And I think we all agree that safety is our #1 priority. And that includes improving visibility at crosswalks so that people walking are not hit by cars. Next slide. So just a little background, there are crosswalks at all intersections, regardless of whether crosswalks are painted or not. So on this diagram, you can see that everyone in that image is in a crosswalk and vehicles are required to yield. Next. So Assembly Bill 413 seeks to improve pedestrian safety by prohibiting cars from parking within 20 feet of crosswalks, whether they're marked or unmarked. As you can see in the graphic, once it comes back online, when cars are parked right up to the intersection, drivers are not able to see people walking. And this is also a danger for vehicle-on-vehicle collisions because, as I'm sure we've all experienced, especially if you're coming off of Military onto Noche Buena, you can't see the oncoming traffic. And that creates a dangerous situation. So this new bill prohibits parking in those areas in order to improve visibility and improve safety. Next slide. So we are proposing to paint red curbs that are the 20 feet in length in order to make it clear to Seaside residents where parking is no longer allowed. The first 3 intersections that we want to paint were identified by the Traffic Advisory Committee, and we want to start with these because they're near schools and we want to prioritize the safety of our students and families walking to school. So you can see the areas that would be painted red. And as you can see, even in the overhead satellite view, there are cars parked in those areas. Next slide, please. So myself, PCS De Leon, and Vehicle Abatement Officer Montez, we want to help address this issue because we see this all the time when we're driving down the city. So we want to, as our shift project, help paint these red curbs. After those 3 priority intersections by schools are addressed, I researched all of our injury accident statistics, and I identified these intersections where we've had the most collisions since 2020. We have a fairly high rate of traffic injuries in Seaside. We match the national level, but the national level is bad. We would like to do better than the national average. So we would like to prevent these collisions. And here's an example of how that looks on the new bulb outs. The law provides for no parking within 20 feet of the intersection or 15 feet of the intersection when a bulb out is present. So I just wanted to give this illustration of how that works with the bulb outs. This is a photo that I took in a citation that I wrote. Drivers do continue to park on red curbs when they are not physically blocked from doing so. Next slide. PCS De Leon issued this ticket. It's an issue that we do come across, so that's why we are recommending installing flex posts like this. Public Works already has them in stock. And so that looks like this. We've got some yellow paint in addition to the red curb, and it just really makes it extremely clear to anybody you cannot park here, and it blocks them from parking here. And here's another illustration, just with some paint, and these are fairly low cost interventions. Paint and flex posts are a lot cheaper than redesigning sidewalks, for example, but it has a big impact on safety. And here's an example from South Pasadena, so here in our state, where they've already done a similar thing with the posts and the red curb. And I just want to reiterate, this is really about safety. Hoboken, New Jersey has had 0 traffic deaths in the last 7 years after they implemented these kinds of treatments at all of their intersections. And what's especially impressive about that is Hoboken is about twice the size of Seaside. They have 57,000 residents. We have about 32,000 residents. And we've been averaging 1 traffic fatality a year in the stats that I saw. And that's unacceptably high to me. In addition to having 0 fatalities, they also saw collisions and injuries reduced significantly. Any questions?
Thank you so much. Any questions? Councilmember Miller.
Mine's quick. With the state law, did the state provide any funding for us or any resources for us to help with offset the cost?
The state did not provide any funding.
So the Senate bill requires us in certain intersections to mitigate it.
The law makes it illegal to park within 20 feet of the intersection, and it does not provide for any specific interventions. I want us to be proactive so that the residents of Seaside understand exactly where they're not supposed to park. I want to make it very obvious.
Now I understand completely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
First of all, thank you for the great report. Thank you for being proactive in trying to solve a very serious problem. I'm sure all of us hear complaints about this on countless streets when people are trying to inch out to be careful, but yet potentially an accident. So it's definitely a need. So 4 questions. Beginning January 1, residents can be cited for violating the new law.
Correct.
Do you believe it's reasonable and it's not your fault. To the motorist to get a citation when curbs are not red or yellow or whatever. And most residents do not carry yardsticks to make sure it's not 19.4, 19.6, or 18.4. Is that a fair? You got the question.
Of course, most residents don't carry yardsticks. That would be silly. Ignorance of the law is no excuse, but we want to help people by making it obvious, by making sure they can see where they're not allowed to park. So that's why we want to do this project instead of just writing tickets on everybody without showing them where the new zone is.
Right, and I concur. My opinion is though, residents, it's hard to enforce if curves aren't red or yellow or whatever. And we, in order to help the resident, to help with safety, that's when it becomes an issue. And again, it's the same question, but on the opposite. Do you believe it's fair for the police officer or yourself or whoever? With that, I'm getting a little sarcastic with the yardstick, but let's go with that. Or the time availability to measure 20 feet out.
Yes, this would also make our job easier and on the enforcement
That's what I'm
side.
trying to get to the point. If it's visible, people know about it.
Yes.
You've already said this. Do you believe it would increase resident safety in all the required curbs to meet the state law, to enforce the law, as well as increase safety for the resident?
Yes, sir. This would absolutely increase safety, both for people walking, people driving, people on bikes, everyone that's moving through our streets are safer when drivers can see them.
And then, because I'm very supportive of this, obviously. So, do you believe, working with Public Works, I assume, because you got larger fish to fry in your job duties, painting of curbs over a period of years and throughout the city, as an earlier speaker spoke about, would be beneficial for the resident safety and for police officer enforcement?
Yes, this is definitely beneficial for safety and it helps us with enforcement, and Public Works will help us to, we will work with Public Works to get this done.
And I guess on the pilot program, but to expand it over, I know I'll just use Wheeler Street or Kimball or by your school, by the dual language, I would call it Highland. There's situations over there that are not taken care of. It has residential, but do you think working collaboratively, a phased approach over 5 years, 2 years, 6 years, whatever it be, could be positive for the residents and whatever? And for the
Yes,
community?
this will definitely be positive for the community. And the nice thing about paint and flex posts is they're quite cheap. The plastic flex posts are only $30 a piece. If we wanted to do metal ones, especially around the schools, those are only $60 a piece and they last for 30 years. So it is very doable. It doesn't require expensive engineering work.
So I guess if the council requested down the road, whenever that road is, for this to be throughout, you can work collaboratively with the other departments to ensure this would happen. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir, absolutely. Safety is huge for me. I bike to work and I also experience problems with this, with visibility.
And obviously, my opinion is this is vital to a lot of residents that live throughout Seaside. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Just a few quick questions. And so we're talking about the wrap up period. I know it goes into effect, the first, but is that when we're going to start writing tickets on the first?
So we want to publish a flyer on social media informing the residents that this is happening. The channels that we have available to us to communicate with the public. I've offered to drop a flyer just to make it very, very clear to everybody, this is the new law. We haven't, come up with an exact plan of when we'll start issuing these tickets. Obviously, as soon as the curb is red, it's very obvious we are.
No.
Sorry.
Question was pretty straightforward. Are we going to start issuing tickets on the first? And you got close to it by saying, you didn't say one way or the other.
I have not received direction on that from my command staff yet.
Okay. And so, obviously, if the curb is red, then that's taken care of, but it's a big city. And I believe this is all streets, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And so that's the issue. I'm having a concern with.
Mhm.
And so it seems like you guys have a good plan on ramping it up, telling people, you said social media. What about those people that are not on social media? You know, how do we get the word out to them? And you may not have an answer. I'm throwing it out there so you guys as a team can figure out how to contact people that's not on social media. And then, what are we doing about, because technically on the first, whether it's red or not, it's illegal.
Correct.
right? And so some people may end up with that ticket,
Mhm.
even though it's not a red curve yet, right? And so I just want them to have that information about how it's coming, what's going on. And then, when they kind of complain to us,
Mhm.
you know, the deal is, it's a state law.
Yes.
So we don't have anything to do with adjudicating that. But we can help to understand when it's coming and what is the ramp up period. And because it's a thing to do with, you know, every street corner, 20 feet, and some corners are becoming red, working their way through the whole city. When do I stop parking next to my stop sign in my community, waiting on you guys to get there, right? So that's just something we have to announce here. And city manager will work with you guys to do that. I was just putting that out to the public where we have to work through those things because I guarantee you on the first, everybody's not gonna pull back 19 and a half feet.
Yes, sir. And I have already started issuing warnings. I issued 2 warnings today at Military and Noche Buena by the high school.
Warnings that say what? Now that you mentioned that, that it's coming on the first or you can't do it tomorrow?
The warning says parking within 20 feet of an intersection is no longer allowed, is what I wrote.
First.
It is no longer allowed. It is illegal right now. It's not enforceable until the first.
Okay, no, that's good. That's good. That's good you said that. Okay, all right, I was just, okay. That's my only point is, you know, eventually it's gonna be all of them.
Yes, sir.
And these people had to find a place to park.
Mhm.
But while they find a place to park, some people are gonna be within the 20 feet.
Mhm.
And I just wanna make it fair that certain people don't get tickets and then certain communities don't get tickets.
Of
right?
course.
So the city manager will work you guys through that. Councilmember Garcia Zola.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I think this is super important and proactive from your end. And I have to agree with my colleagues that the outreach is going to be imperative here. And maybe this is something for the city manager that we can take a look into is, while I appreciate a flyer, most people don't read a flyer on social media, that they're more visual. So I think we need to go with maybe a PSA about new laws that'll come into effect into Seaside and how that'll affect our Seaside residents. And that can be shared throughout social media channels.
And we'll also use message boards, dual language message boards on high traffic streets in order to get the word out.
I would really appreciate that if city resources could be used to help inform people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the only resources we would use is city resources, so, you know. but I
As
think-
opposed to police
No,
department
I get your
resources.
point. City manager and his team and you guys will work us through it, right? And so I agree with Councilman Garcia Zola, excellent presentation, very well done. Was it? Pictures and stuff, should have been a little bigger, but you know, you gave us a great visual about how it would look. And particularly how it looked in other cities, and that was important to me to
Mhm.
see how it's gonna look, you know. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council.
Oh, somebody had, yeah, oh, yeah, we have one more question.
And maybe this is for the mayor, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Down the, whenever it's appropriate, can we look at expanding this as far as more streets or in a phase of program?
Yeah, that's, yeah, yes.
I
This
just,
is- Yeah, because they all colored. I mean, they're all covered, right? So whether we paint them or not, you're not supposed to park there. So it only benefits us to tell the public if we paint them. So I hear what you're saying.
yeah, just,
Yeah, I think, I got it. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. I'll say something at the end. Well, I'll just say it now. I think it may be something just, how do you prioritize what streets as we work through? If that makes sense. Maybe that's something the TAC can take over about, you know, what streets should be prioritized slowly but surely.
like a phase, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go to consent agenda, 8A, approved minutes from November 21st, 2024. D, accept and file cash and investment reports for the city of Seaside and the successor agency of the redevelopment agency of the city of Seaside for the quarter ending September 30th, 2024. C, review the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the city of Seaside, recognize obligations payment schedule, ROPS 2526 for the period July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026. Pursuant to the Health and Safety Code, section 34177. 8B, approve a mayor's youth fund contribution request of $3,000 for the Seaside Aquatics Club to assist with costs for pool rentals and team supplies. E, approve a mayor's youth fund contribution request of $3,000 for the Seaside Middle School Drama Club, costs associated with the production of Merry Christmas, George Bailey. F, approve a mayor's youth fund contribution request of $3,000 from the Seaside Tennis Association at Hamilton Ellis Martin Plaza to assist with the costs associated with their youth annual Christmas holiday party. AG, approve a mayor youth fund contribution request of $3,000 from the Dual Language Academy of the Monterey Peninsula Music Program to assist with costs associated with the instrument repair, consumables, and travel expenses. H, approve a co-sponsorship and fee waiver from Gold Coast Rods for the costs associated with their 4 Hot Car Cool Nights show on June 27, 2025, July 25th, 2025, August 22nd, 2025, and September 26, 2025. I review and take actions on traffic advisory recommendation to approve a red curve at 1184 Barber Court. J, adopt a resolution approving a budget transfer of $20,680 from the fire operation, excuse me. I'm sorry. It just got to me, that's all, right? I know you guys are trying to whisper, but this place you can hear everything. So don't go to that party. Adopt a resolution approving budget transfer of $20,680 from the fire operations account to the Public Works Fire Station 1 capital improvement budget and proceed with a conceptual site plan and a 3-story fire station training tower designed for a fire station 2 parcel at First and Giggling Avenue. K, adopt a resolution approving an annual program compliance report in support of project funding measure X and authorize staff to submit the report to the Transportation Agency for Monterey County. L, adopt a resolution authorizing the closure of Broadway Avenue to through traffic from Fremont Boulevard to Del Monte Boulevard and Fremont Boulevard from Clemente Avenue to Amador Avenue with all the associated side streets for the Exotic on Broadway car event on August 16th, 2025. M, adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to renew a memorandum of understanding between the city of Seaside and Hamilton Ellis Martin Plaza to reimburse the city for providing after-school recreational programming at the Hem Plaza. N, adopt a resolution authorizing modification of the position control list and compensation plan to add the position of city clerk, assistant to the city manager, and to delete 1 public affair officer / city clerk. O, adopt a resolution approving a $350,000 budget transfer from the Fort Ord Reuse Authority blight removal subcontracted work account to the blight removal consultant account and approving an amendment to the professional service agreement with Geosyntec Consultants, Inc. for the soil removal, additional testing and reporting services for Campus Town Phase 1A for amount not to exceed $253,300 to be paid from 4 demolition bonds. That concludes the reading of the consent agenda. Is there any item that someone from the dais would like to pull off the consent? Is there, item O is pulled. Okay, item O has been pulled. Is there any item that someone from the public would like to pull? Yeah, just holler out the, well, hold on. Okay, I'm sorry, F.
H and M.
H. And M. Okay. So F, H, M, and O are not on the consent agenda. What is the will of the, well, we'll go out to public comment. I open up public comment on the consent agenda. These are for the items that have not been pulled. Okay, anybody on, for items not been pulled? So anybody on Zoom, just check on Zoom. Yes, sir.
Daryl Shote, 500 Broadway Avenue in Seaside. I just want to stand and give good shouting out to item number, well, I know what it is, exotic cars.
Okay.
I just want to say thank you for keeping that program going. I mean, that is what we want, the business owners down that area. It represents everyone.
That's been pulled, that's have been pulled?
That's what you said. You said
Okay,
what's not been
sorry,
pulled.
sir. But,
So,
change it, please.
okay. That is what the ordinance that you guys passed told us business owners down there. That when we close that block, we're gonna close it for everybody on that block, meaning from Del Monte all the way to Fremont. Exotic Cars does that. It helps every business down there. Not one business person has complained of not making any revenue in their establishment when Exotic Cars are here. And then we'll talk about the rest later.
Just checking Zoom. I thank you so much. Seeing no one else come down, no one on Zoom, public comment is closed on our consent agenda items. What is the will of the council?
To approve the consent agenda. Second.
It's been properly moved that we approve the consent agenda. We already took it out to the public. All those in favor use the record sign of voting, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Abstentions. Okay. Ayes have it, motion carried. I wanted to say something, but I'll say it later. Okay, well, item number F was pulled. Public comment is open on item number F.
I am not trying to do this tonight. Daryl Shote, president of the Hamilton Ellis Manor, the old Del Monte Manor, everybody calls it. I just want to stand as the president and my board. We took action to donate money to our residents for their Christmas program and all. And unfortunately, I found this on the agenda. It does not represent our board. And we do not even have a Seaside Tenant Association. So it's your money. If you got 3,000, you just want to give away, I don't have a problem with it. But as far as the board, it's not our direction that this happens.
Public comment remains open on item number F. No one on Zoom? Here, no one, seeing no one. Bringing it back to the dais, what is the will of the council?
I'll make a motion to deny this.
Well, we don't do negatives. So.
Just, can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course.
Just, my memory tells me we've supported this in the past. I think there was a young lady that was here, I believe, that wrote the letter. She is obviously gone now, I believe. Is there any awareness from the staff or anybody associated with this request to give it a different perspective?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council. I'm Dan Mewis, the Recreation Director. And this is the second year we have received a request from the Tenant Association of the Hamilton, Ellis, and Martin Plaza. The individual who did submit the request was here about a half hour ago, and I didn't see her leave. So this was a request that was approved by the City Council. We vetted it. They provided information of proceeding to get their nonprofit status. So we have the documentation that was made it a valid application. So we proceeded to move forward with it as we did in the previous year.
My question would be then, that thank you so much. Is the Mr. Chote's group or leadership, is that different than from is that a different body than the tenants association?
I would, I'm not 100% sure. I can't answer that.
The answer is yes. Mr. Chote represents the board of directors over the complex. You're saying that we have documentation that there is a nonprofit representing themselves as the Seaside Tenant Association at the Hem Plaza.
We have documentation that they're in the process of getting their nonprofit, and we have allowed that in the past.
Okay, how long has it been in the process?
They submitted their application in September.
And so, no, I was just, I thought, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take you.
No, I think you're fine. I think the applicant's here too. Or one of the applicants.
And so what I was trying to get to is what Councilman Miller's concern was about, some ambiguity going on there. And so I'm not sure if any of the questions may have been answered.
Yeah, no, I'm okay. I'm willing to listen.
We'll. And so, okay, we'll have the applicant come up.
And I just want to say that last year when the council did approve it, it was a co-sponsorship with the city because they didn't have that nonprofit yet. So that's how we were able to get through that. This year, they applied for their nonprofit status, so there was no co-sponsorship involved with it.
Right, but when you say that, now that you said it that way, but that doesn't mean it's coming, does it? I mean, right? Did we receive the paperwork, right? That they applied? How do you know they applied?
I have the paperwork that they applied. Yes.
Sent in,
Yes.
okay, right.
And then the applicant is here to answer any questions as well.
And I thought you had some questions. No, I'm talking about.
No, I would just,
Well, but that's what I'm saying. If you
yeah,
wanna
for the
elaborate-
applicant, can you give us a overview of the program, the difference between the tenants association and the board of directors? Sell your concept. Maybe that's what I'm trying to say in this cut to the chase.
Well, good evening to all of you. The board is not recognizing the Seaside Tenants Association. The association has had 2 elections, and I don't really know what the problem is when it comes to the board of directors, the management, and the Seaside Tenants Association, but they are formed. And we did apply for the Mayor's Youth Fund under the Seaside Tenants Association. All the documentation that was requested has been submitted. And I'm hoping that the council approves this because this is crucial to the holiday party that we do for the kids every year.
I think the concern at this time is your nonprofit status. And so we were told that you applied for that sometime in September. Is that correct?
Yes, the president of the association did apply, and so the documentation was submitted with the application.
That was my question. I don't know if he.
And just to, for on a positive note, how many, because I think the mayor has been there and I think Councilman Arizola has been, how many people do you have at your event? Reach out to, et cetera? Approximately, it doesn't have to be exact.
I'd say anywhere from 100 to maybe 125.
That's all I was asking.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think that's all the questions we have.
Okay, and I would love for you guys to attend and hopefully sing some Christmas carols with the kids.
God forbid.
You guys have singing voices and you did real good the last time. So any more questions?
No, nothing.
I thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the dais, what is the will of the council?
I'll make a recommendation to approve item F.
And I'll second.
Can properly move in a second. On the question? All those in favor, use the regular sign vote, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Abstentions? Abstain. One abstention. Ayes have it, motion carried. 301. Right? 401. See, I can't count. All right, item H. Approve co-sponsorship fee waiver with Gold Coast Rods for costs associated with their 4 hot car cool nights. The public comment is open.
Again, Daryl Shote, this time as a business owner on Lower Broadway. We're faced with a dilemma that's starting to cost a lot of money. Now, I'm glad you just gave that group $3,000 and maybe one of us businesses can ask for some money too, because it's starting to cost us. We came down here a year and a half, 2 years ago, and request that if there's an event on Broadway, at that time, it was the beer company, kept having farmers markets out there. You guys don't understand, but when you close the block, you close it to every business on there. And now the car dealer, the car show, which I don't have nothing against it. At that time, it was a great program, but unfortunately it's so small now that it doesn't cover the block. All the restaurants on my end are all complaining. When you close that block, even halfway, which is what you keep doing, you make a car look down that street and say, forget it, they're gone. And they don't come to any of our restaurants. A lot of the participants in the car show, their wives, wonderful people, make their dinners and they sit in front of their cars and eat. So there's no money moving around for us businesses down there. I'm not opposed of the car thing because I think they're great. I just think they're in the wrong location because they've gotten too small. I think Olympia would be much better and you don't have to stop traffic on Olympia because you got 4 lanes. 2 lanes can be going through and 2 lanes can be food trucks and the cars. But Broadway now, we are trying to build it. We are the business owners. You just saw your sales and users tax are way down. Well, what do you think every time you close that road? It's going down further. We are really tired of having it closed for just small events. You passed an ordinance that it will be for the whole block. Now, can they go partner up with other car clubs and all that stuff? We would love to. We would love it to go from one end to the other end to help all of us. The more bodies, the more business we can have. But right now, we're all losing. Every time that road closed, exotics, I fully support because it takes care of the whole block. Everybody's making money. But the gold rod car thing is not paying out for anybody. I'm not the only one out there. Unfortunately, a lot of our business owners are Latino and they do not want to come and deal with government. But I am here to say it because I'm feeling it. I mean, Fridays is supposed to be one of our busiest nights, but when that doggone car thing's there, nobody comes down the street. We need you guys to start thinking, what about our businesses? We're losing, and it's showing right there in your reports.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, Otis Stevenson, Otis Auto Sales, Gold Coast Rods Presidents. I've been the president for this term 2 years, and I've been in the past. And I've been down here and I brought pictures. If you go on Broadway on Friday night, there's nobody down there. And I've taken pictures. I go to Eric's Deli, 2 people, Oven Pizza, 1 or 2 people, Jose's, all that. And we went to all those restaurants and we had them sign a letter if they supported what we were doing. Oven Pizza has his best nights when we're there. Eric's Deli, Jose's, all of those places have a great night. And we've been there for over 20 years. We just didn't come to Broadway. When there was nobody down there, Gold Coast Rod was there. And we go and we come here for the community. We're not like our cars, we don't have to come to Broadway. We can go anywhere we want. So we come to Seaside to bring some function here. We never had one problem there. What we do with our money, we give it back. We'll be at the fire department Sunday, bringing toys, Salvation Army, Rancho Cielo. And so it's not about coming to Broadway, closing down the street. We come there to bring something to the city. And we give, like we have over 435 cars that came to our show this year. No cars leave until a few cars might leave. But what we do, we give out awards, over 40 awards. We give out raffle prizes, and then we have a raffle for all the cars. But we also have free toys for the kids. We give them little cars, little motorcycles. We give girls something. And you should see the look on their faces, what we're doing. And these cars, unlike exotics on Broadway, which you're never going to own, these cars are what these kids grew up with, you grew up with, I grew up with, and it's just fun. Everybody come down, they'll talk about when their grandfather had this car. No one's ever had an exotic on Broadway car, $1 million cars. And one thing what we do, we emphasize no burning rubber, no donuts, none of that stuff. Well, go look at Del Monte. Go look at what the exotics do. You know, we sat at my car lot when the exotics left, and it was a racetrack. It was a racetrack. No one stopped them. No one gave them tickets. And that's what you're showing the kids, that you can do this with these exotic cars. But you come to our show and you see what we're doing. We're bringing it back to the community. And it's just a safe environment. So thank you for your time.
Bud Cotman, I am the owner of a grocery outlet here in town. And both these gentlemen really made great points. It's two different sides of the coin and both have merit to them. The exotics on Broadway for me, you bring 20,000 people into the city. I'm the only parking lot. So guess what my sales do? You tank me. I end up with 2,000 people who, in their own words, they've asked our cashiers or they've asked each other if they have peasant dollars. Do any of you have peasant dollars on you tonight? Do any of you know what a peasant dollar is? It's any denomination under $100 bill. So they come into the store, they get a bottle of water, they throw a $100 bill at the cashier and they say, I don't want your peasant dollars, and they walk out. I've had people come in.
Sir, this item right here is the Gold Coast rides.
I understand.
But you're
It is
talking
a
about-
different.
Hold on a second. Just saying, if you're focusing on exotics, maybe you should just focus more on the Gold Coast.
Okay,
rides.
so the Gold Coast Drive, I thoroughly enjoy that group so much better. They are respective of the city. They are respective of the residents. I see them going out of their way to be part of the community and stay part of the community. We don't have problems with them doing burnouts in the parking lot. We don't have problems with them when they're in our area, in our parking lot specifically. If someone leaves, they try to fill that spot with someone else. They're very communicative with us. If they're going to do something, they need something, they ask for it, they plan for it, they talk to the people in the area. It's funny how they let the kids touch the cars and sit in them and become part of what they're doing. Love the program and hope you support them.
All right, I'm Klaus Joris. I have Moline Restaurant on Broadway. I am one of the business owners that sides with him over here that this event of these hot rods brings no money to the community. Every time that we've had one of these events, it's on the busiest night of the week, Friday. You know, typically, I don't know, the restaurants that you guys have gone by and seen 2 people, but we do 80 to 100 dinners on a Friday and Saturday. And this past year, every single time you guys have closed down the road, we've lost between $4,000 to $7,000 a night. I know that we've gone ahead and billed the city for that loss of income. It seems widely irresponsible to have these events that cause businesses to lose so much money, that bring a clientele that does not spend a dime in the local businesses, aside from a pizza shop, which I will say I see that they do have people that are in there because the epicenter of the event is in front of the pizza shop. But for us, we see the closure of the road from Del Monte. They close all the way to Hillsdale so that RC cars can be driven on the road. That seems pretty wild to me. Our guests call us, they complain, they cancel their reservations. Every time a guest cancels a reservation with us, we have to refund that guest $50. So we lose an immense amount of money when this event comes here. I think it's a good event. I think the location that you guys have chosen is terrible. I think you guys could do it here at City Hall. You could do it at the parking lot that you owned at the beginning of Broadway and allow the businesses to thrive and have their revenue come in that we need. So I'm not sure why the continued support of this event happens when there's not one business that I know of on Broadway that can stand up here and say that this is a good event and that we support it. The brewery doesn't like it. The Mexican restaurant doesn't like it. The bar gets a little bit of business and they have some cars that like to show off. It doesn't do anything for us. It does nothing for the two coffee shops. It does nothing, it sounds like, for him at the end of the street. So I highly suggest that the city look at this event and realize that you are killing the businesses on Broadway. None of these people support anything, to be honest with you. They bring their meals, like you said. They drink their beer on the sidewalk. It'd be a different story if you guys told them that, you know, why don't you guys go to the event, but you have to support these businesses? Or why don't you approach us and ask us to put stalls out on the street so that we can still generate income? But for us to lose $3,000 to $7,000 or $4,000 to $8,000 a night doing this seems insane that you guys would condone or even think that this is okay to have an event like this. So I highly suggest that all of you really rethink this. Costs us a lot of money, and when it costs us money, inevitably we'll come after the city to get that money refunded. And I hope that every business realizes they're allowed to do that.
Public comment remains open. No one on Zoom?
Members on Zoom wishing to make public comment, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone.
Okay, thank you. Public comments closed. Bringing it back to the dais. What is the will of the council? Well, you can have a discussion. What's?
Yeah, just my discussion would be, you know, personally, just my opinion is I think it's unfair to say all. Because we know that the pizza place does well. We know other brothers have supported it because I've talked to them personally. We know the Salvation Army or with the Goodwill was supportive. I know that the Eric's Deli is supportive. So it's a mixture of bad and good. There's no one answer where it's gonna make everybody happy. I do know it is a family event. I do know I see kids out there and their families. But I can see how it negatively impacts some facilities as well, some restaurants as well, the high-end restaurants or Day to Blue. But I just very concerned when we say all, when we all, I think Councilman Garcia and I met with businesses down there and they said some of them said they were supportive. So I think we need to be careful. I think it does bring a lot of goodwill to the community. But yet again, we always see the other side as well. So we as a whole need to make a decision and I've been going, I don't think I've missed a good car shows over the past 12 years at least, where I see a good number of cars, a good number of residents, and a good number of citizens of the peninsula. So those are my thoughts, and then we'll look forward to the council's members' ideas or concerns and bring something forward.
Member Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this area, we've focused on the Broadway area and building the businesses and building something monumental in that area. And I think we see conflict between business owners, or at least disagreements. And this is why it's important have some kind of association down there. Some type of downtown association that can hash out these type of issues. Our farmers market, for example, was in a bad location, I guess you could say, because it didn't work a couple of times downtown. We moved it to the park. It's been much more successful. So location is everything for me. And I think location is really important. And if it's hurting a few of our businesses and causing them to lose on certain nights, then it's hard for me to say, well, why can't we look at other locations or explore other possibilities? So those are my comments for tonight. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, what is the, my couple comments is, first, for the exotic on Broadway, we need to work to make sure they're not using that parking lot, your parking lot. So we have to figure out how to do that. Maybe the exotic people have to pay for some guards at that site, but I think we're all in agreement. They should not be parking in that lot where people are trying to go to a grocery store. But this issue, and I think it was brought to our attention a couple of years ago, and we've been trying to work through this. And my thing is, I'm there and I see it. I'm not sure if that what is it? Those little RC cars are vital to what's really going down there. So I don't know if that's not in there or they move down the street. They don't need to be in front of their building, right? How do we move down that block a little bit, you know? And then figure out next year, how do we move next year, right? But it has to be some give and take on both, and the city has to figure out if that makes sense to have it on Fridays, but how do you shrink the footprint where, you know, the businesses at both ends, I think the only ones that really open during that time, can try to get some customers in there. And so I would ask I don't know, Mr. Stevens, do you come on up? I know you're not the applicant, but you are the president.
Yes.
And so how do you, see the footprint being shrunk a little bit, coming down?
Well, let me just tell you what happened.
Yeah.
We, when we were there, we closed from Del Monte all the way down. But we got complaints from that end of the street, the car wash and Daryl's place. So that's why we stopped it and we went down where we are now. So, so, I mean, we could put more cars, we could do the whole street, but that wasn't the point. The point was to keep it where we are and to fill that up. And that's what we did. We did what you told us to do, or what made sense. And now it's the opposite. And the RC cars and all that, that's not part of us. That street's not even blocked or anything. That's on them. We're not part of that at all. So, I mean, we're listening, we're here. And like I said, we have other,
Well, no, that's not,
Yeah.
it was just a
Okay.
question about the RCs. and
Yeah,
stuff.
those, that's not ours. We're not, that street's open. We're not even part of that.
You have an application in, so we're talking about that, so.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And, no, he's the applicant, so that's, no. What, say again?
The road is closed all the way to Del Monte.
Right.
I get it.
No, I got you. No, I got you. No, I don't want no more. I don't hear no more. I got you. That's what, well, I'm gonna ask you to be removed because now you're being disrespectful. I'm getting to your concern. That's why I asked him, was the RC part of his thing? That's why I asked him, could he shrink it? So don't, let's just have the council talk. So the thing is, it's not blocked all the way to Del Monte. But how do we get the cars to turn down that street thinking that they can go and access some of the businesses down there? That's what I'm thinking about now, right? Because people are saying they see the block for the whole street, but they don't even turn down yet. So it's either no show or figure out a way to try to make it better. And that's what I'm doing. So I'm listening. Go ahead.
I guess this is a question of what's the possibility of changing the location? Because that's something that I would be supportive of. I mean, the events, people like it, right? But I think if it's causing trouble and we hear it throughout the time that I've been here, it's been something that I've been hearing. And I think a solution to that would be to just change the location.
I'll open back up public comment, and then if you want to come down, you come in.
We're not trying to say no, no, no. We're just saying, let us be a part of it. If you look at Calaveras, where the vacuum shop is, everything from Calaveras to Del Monte are restaurants. Everything from Calaveras to Fremont are 5-minute grab it and go. That's why it's staying up there. They're blocking it right there at Calaveras. That tells everybody from Del Monte, do not come down the road at all. Manny puts his little cars out there because there ain't nothing out there. The road's blocked right there by Deja Blue. Everybody's just twiddling their tongue. Everybody that normally come on Fridays won't come unless you go till 9, 10 o'clock at night. The key of it is, if the program ain't big enough to cover the whole street, it shouldn't be a program. They can stretch out. If they got all these cars, bring them. We want them. I'll pull a barbecue pit out front. We want just to be a part of the doggone event. That's all the restaurants are saying down there. We're the biggest payers down there.
I reopen public comment to try to figure out a way forward, some compromises. So if there's some compromises in there, and I know, you know, your what is it? Your fix is not necessarily someone else's fix, right? Because what works for them doesn't work for your restaurant, so.
Yeah, I think that, for the most amicable, I think resolution for all of us is to change the location. I don't see why it has to be on Broadway. I don't think that we're in the middle of the stream for an event that's in July of next year. I don't think it affects anybody to change it. Or why don't you do it on a Sunday? Why does it have to be Friday? Why does it have to be the busiest day of the week for us to lose that money? I don't think that families are probably gonna go out on Sunday. You guys can go to church, go to the car show afterwards, but Friday, Saturday, it seems a bit irresponsible for you guys to crush businesses on those days. I know that we're in a little bit of a different arena than the pizza parlor or whatever. You know, it's a little bit harder for us to adjust to a shorter service. I think that like a lot of the businesses on Broadway that have done a lot, they've invested a lot of money, millions of dollars in property and building out businesses, in staffing. To call staff off because we're slow affects the people that live here, that contribute to the economy here, that help the whole thing run and to help these businesses go. But it's really difficult for us where we have clientele that travel from across the country and the state of California to come and visit our restaurant. We have brought an immense amount of spotlight to Seaside being acknowledged in the Michelin Guide. That's been a really tough challenge for us to get here, and we successfully brought that here. There's no other Michelin rated restaurants in Seaside that have the attention that we have. And for you guys to strangle us on our busiest night it's wild. So I would highly recommend that either the location is moved. I know that the city owns multiple properties that you guys could hold it on that have the space for some cars. Or the date is changed to a different day. But I know that our business is not accessible to any clientele on those nights. I live on Broadway. My house is blocked. I have the barricades that are put up in front, and I've been told by people, you cannot access your driveway. I pay property taxes. I pay taxes on my building. I pay taxes on all my stuff. To be told that I don't have access to a street that we're on, that we pay to be on, is crazy. Great event. I think it's awesome. I think it's great to have families together and to go look at cars. I think it's great. The day and the location are the worst that you could possibly pick.
Mayor, City Council, Joe, resident Seaside. Somebody said something earlier, I don't recall who it was. They said that Latino businesses don't like to get involved with government. That's nonsense. I take offense to that. The gentleman behind me who just spoke, he made a really good point. Sunday, This is a very prominent Latino community. And Latinos are very well known to have Sundays to celebrate and honor their culture, their family. They go shopping, they spend their money. And I'm with the mayor in terms of let's look at other options, eliminate the negative and accentuate the positive. So I think that Sunday might be a good option. And then the last thing that I just want to say, only because it stuck out in my mind, is the gentleman behind me. I remember walking through that parking lot during the exotics. And in fact, I spoke with Commander Dosa, was it last year or the year before? So all I want to state is just in the nature of fairness, is that if I owned that grocery store, I would want to be compensated or for the use of the parking lot that my consumers, wouldn't have access to. I think that if you did an evaluation study in terms of how many customers came through this gentleman's store on that day versus that day any other time of the year, I think that you'd see a dramatic loss in revenue. I remember that parking lot very well. And I just think that we need to think about how to meet the needs of all of the business owners down there and make them all happy, to the best that we can. But I just want to make that statement in terms of the parking lot, because if I owned that store, I would want some sort of compensation, taxes, something, I don't know. But I think it's a good idea for the city council to sit back and evaluate, different methods to offset the impact that these businesses are having. Thank you for your time.
Yes, public comment remains open. Right. Thought I recognized the face.
Hello. I travel here from Los Angeles every year to answer any questions regarding exotics on Broadway. And we're really honored and happy to be here in the city of Seaside. Some of the things that I wanted to mention is, number one, 2 years ago, we hired guards. We paid for staff to be at that parking lot, check with everybody that drives in. We don't use that parking lot, but people that come to see the event sometimes park their cars in there and take advantage of that parking lot. So we had hired 4 security guards to check every car that pulls in to see if they're part of the event, if they're not. So that's something that was put in place. Also, this year we were informed, and this was discussed with the city, that somebody there was charging $200 per parking spot for cars to park there. And they complained to us, and we said that wasn't us. And we were informed it was one of the business owners in that parking lot that was charging $200 per car to park there. So we've taken every possible avenue. We've offered this gentleman to give him a free space to come and be part of the event, sell water, sell groceries. People look for waters, all kinds of different things. All businesses are benefiting. And we had offered them a free spot to come and take advantage of it. We offered to donate to a charity in his behalf to help with some of the loss. So we've taken many steps, and it's not going unheard. Thank you.
Public comment remains open. Said no one else, public comment is closed.
Just some thoughts. First of all, we have tried it on Olympia years back, and it didn't work as well. No matter what we do, no one's, and in life, you can't make, it's hard to make everybody happy. I think the mayor is correct that there needs to be compromise, and there needs to be communication, and there needs to be working together. I think as a suggestion, maybe we can continue, because we know, or I think some of us know, that it does help businesses down there. Exotic cars is a whole different ballgame than we're not even talking about. Seaside loves exotic cars, the residents. I think for the most part, this community is a fan of exotic cars. So that is, we're dealing with the Friday night shows. So I think maybe if we work collaboratively with businesses on Lower Broadway, West Broadway towards Del Monte, we work collaboratively with our Public Works Department and with our businesses and keep it to where it's at least for this year. I do not personally want to dictate the hot cars, cool nights, if it should be on a Sunday, a Monday, or a Wednesday, because they have other programmed events or days or programs. So they initially, I assume, and I believe, we're doing it to help our businesses, which they have. Not all businesses, but many of the restaurants on the upper side towards Fremont. Can we improve in the areas of Jose's area and that kind of thing? The answer is yes. But that is a means to communicate more effectively with staff, with the businesses on West Broadway on towards Del Monte. And maybe we could maximize the opportunity for profitability for more businesses and also ensure there's an activity on Fridays at Broadway where that's our downtown. I think there should be a way to showcase our downtown businesses as well as invest in the community, as well as maximize opportunity for businesses to be successful. But I think that takes communication. That's not a motion yet, it will be, but I look for your guidance, Mayor, as well as the council.
Council member Burks.
So for the city manager, is 6 months not enough time to have a discussion and come up with some kind of coordination, whether it be a date change, whether it be a location change?
Well, I think that's really a question for the applicant. Does the applicant, what amount of time does the applicant need in order to plan the events?
I think if we're gonna make a change, it would take a year because we've already have everything in print for next year. And we've been doing this for 20 years and it's never been an issue. It's always been something great. So, people know, they come from all over and they know Friday night Broadway is where it's gonna be. The last Friday of the month, we're going to Broadway. That's in the books.
Thank you. So then would that just be a matter of, would it be you facilitating with city and applicant and whoever is open to having that discussion on how to improve it for this remaining year?
Well, it's on the agenda this evening. We don't the council doesn't necessarily have to vote on it this evening, but you'll have to vote on it sometime soon. In January would be my guess. So if somebody wants to table it in order to have a discussion and then bring the topic back, that can happen. And if that doesn't happen that way, then you're going to have to either vote yes or no.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm gonna make a motion that we approve the recommendation, evaluate it for the following year, work collaboratively for those businesses that want to be part of a collaboration, and coordinate with our staff to ensure that to the best we can, the business are minimized, impacted, or maximized impacted to ensure a continuation of a good program. Basically, I'm suggesting to continue the program the way it is, to work with businesses that want to be involved and evaluate it for 2026 potential date change or moving the site. That's my motion.
I'll second it on the question. Otis, could you, I'm gonna ask you a question if you could. So the motion's been properly made and second. Is there ability to shrink one more block for up till, what is it? What street are you on exactly? Hisdale. Like maybe put the cars in the middle of the street too, or something, you know, just a little bit more compaction. I mean, I'm not, if it's yes, if it's no, then that's clear. But I'm just trying to figure, so.
I'm trying to think, if we put the cars in the middle, I don't think we can put the cars in the middle because of the fire
Oh,
and police. I don't, I mean, if that was an
cause you still
option,
got to go down the street.
right. If that was an option, yeah, but I don't, before it had to leave it open.
Oh, okay, that was the day, yeah.
Just a question, I guess, Mayor. What I've heard is one business doesn't want it at all. And the other business on the same area of Seaside on the lower side wants it in a more way it's gonna help his business. So there's two different perspectives, and that's, oh,
I said it just needs to be for everybody.
right.
Truthfully, if we could work with. Well, hold on.
And then I misheard you.
Yeah, you can't do this. So why don't we do, your motion is your motion, and then if it's out there, I think the city manager understands part of your, well, he understands everything. But your motion that leads to, if there's a way he can facilitate, this year's program to make sure that it's as compacted as it can be, then the council will look next year to whatever the council wants to do next year. I mean, I'm not saying people are supposed to agree with that, I'm just saying that's what he said, and that's where we're at.
Can I just ask a quick question?
No. Yeah, say what you want, yes, sir, yes.
It sounds like you guys have all of the pamphlets printed out for having it on a Friday event. If the businesses on Broadway came together, and I think that they would pay to reprint your flyer, that you change it to a different day.
I think we've been there for over 20 years.
I understand.
I'm just
No, so that was, no, I got it. That was an easy, I let you, you know, I must be feeling good. Right? But my point is, it was a clear question and clear answer, and so I'm gonna reclaim my time. And we'll figure out at next meetings, I'm not allowing any extra stuff. But I let that, so I know the council is in between where their thoughts are, so I'm trying to. No, because the city manager has direction already to talk to you guys. That's already, right? So he's gonna continue to try to work to make this better. If this is approved, I'm not saying it is, right? So it's work that the city can do, and the city manager and his team will continue to try to figure out how to facilitate this event and what's going on with the businesses on Broadway. That's the council had nothing to do with that. That goes on all the time. He hears what you guys are contemplating. He hears the struggle we're having. So he's going to take action. Okay, so that's on the question. If there's no more questions, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And aye. Okay, so all those that say nay,
No.
no. Any abstentions? So it's 3-2-0. All right, the motion passed and the city manager has direction on that. Okay. And he will reach out if he has any questions, issues, or concerns. All right, so that was H. Oh, my goodness. Let's go to M. Adopt a resolution authorizing city manager to renew a memorandum of understanding between the city of Seaside and Hamilton Otis Plaza to reimburse the city provide after-school recreational programming at the Ham Plaza. Mr. City Manager.
And our recreation director. Stop back in. All right, M.
All right, and I have the recreation superintendent who has been working on this project, who will come down and talk about it.
Let me just stop you right there. Public comment is open. I forgot who pulled this. Public comment is open. Okay, public comment is open.
Daryl Shote, president of the Hamilton Memorial. Thank you. This is, there's really good partnership going on up there. Your staff has been doing a wonderful job. We went to 4 other agencies before we came to you. And when we did come to the city, remind me of the old days when I was a young kid. We used to have city staff members running all the recreations and all the schools and everything. And it's wonderful. One thing we're going to be trying to work with them is trying to get a education in our Helen Rucker Center up there. We're working with MPC to try to get them to start some kind of education to help our residents to get even higher, to be ready to move out of that place, basically. We're trying not to make it an institution. We're trying to make it more of a stopping spot to move on. But as far as the city and their role there has been wonderful. I've only heard great things from my staff, and we want to keep this partnership going.
Public comment remains open. Anybody else? Okay, thank you. Seeing no hands on Zoom, nobody come down, public comment is closed. What is the will of the council?
Move approval. Second.
So probably moved to second on the question. I just want to say, we want to thank him for this partnership. And I know it's I got to get with the city manager. I know some other concerns about our partnership as it relates to police response time going up their calls of service. And we're going to talk about that later. But I want to thank him and what's going on up there. We appreciate the partnership. We will continue to build on that partnership. And so we thank you for having us. On the questions? All those in favor, use the red sign voting, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Here none. Ayes have a motion carried unanimously. Someone pulled O, right? Adopt a resolution approving a $350,000 budget transfer from the Four-Door Reuse Authority light removal contracted work account to the light removal consultancy account, approving amendment to the professional service agreement with Geosyntec Consultants, Inc. for soil removal, additional tests and reporting services for Campus Town Phase 1A for amount not to exceed $253,300 to be paid from Forest Demolition Bond. Who pulled this? I'm sorry, Councilmember Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted some clarification on the FORA bond or the FORA money that's used for this. That is a special account, or we're using our general fund money for that? I was just curious that question.
Through the mayor. Yes, very good question, Councilmember Miller. These funds all come from the FORA bonds that were transferred to the city in 2020 for this exact reason.
And could it get to a point that we could exceed the money that was designed for, designated just for this?
Yes, at some point during the demolition removal of buildings in the Campus Town project area, it is anticipated that the FORA bond funds will run out and that the sales revenues from the sale of the Phase 1A and Phase 1B parts of that project will be used to, I don't want to call it subsidized, but basically will make up the difference in the shortfall to be able to remove all the buildings on that site.
That was a very clear answer. Thank you. And I believe this was on a prior agenda and then came back to us tonight with an increase and I have read the staff report, but just for the public, the increase was because they need to do additional testing?
Yeah, there are basically three reasons. One is we are removing soils that have lead contamination. As you dig down, you're not always sure how far you need to dig, so you keep dig, test, dig, test. That's one reason. So we wanted to make sure that there was an included contingency. Number two, we wanted to make sure that the scope of the project included the stockpiling of the dirt. And number three, we wanted to include the potential that any soil spoils that exceed a certain limit of lead contamination they need to be disposed of at a different disposal site, which would increase the disposal costs. So rather than try to come to the city council and then have to come again in another 2 weeks after the soils have been removed, we thought it better to include the full amount and the full scope in one fell swoop.
Is the location where they could possibly need to be disposed far away from Seaside?
Yes, the levels that are within non-hazardous level are able to be disposed of at Kirby Canyon, which is outside of Gilroy, I believe. And if it meets the hazardous materials levels, then it has to go to Kettleman City or another landfill, which is at least 2 to 3 times the distance away.
And is it possible that I know you said we're coming back to have another 100,000. Is it possible we'll be coming back next year for an increase in this amount?
Well, I would hope that we would not need to come back to the city council to amend this particular contract for this particular reason. So that is not the city's anticipation at this time.
But we increased the amount so that we would not have to.
Correct.
That was all my questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Anyone else?
Just to, want to clarify a few records. Earlier, someone talked about the cost of consultants. And now you can see where that cost comes, right? If you wait to the end of the year and you add them all up, and then you don't distinguish this, 200,000, and by the time the contract with this consultant is over, it may be well above that over time. We can't help the property that the Army gave us is full of whatever it's full of. We just have to work through it and dig through it because that's the property that they give us to develop economically. And for those of you that don't know, you're supposed to sell the property to get the economic value out of it, but you can't sell it if it's dirty, right? And so we were able to get a bond through towards the end of 4, but no one could anticipate how much exactly it would cost. So yeah, we do think that by the time we start going through the rest of Campbellstown, 5 years from now, they may run into some money, some costs that needs to be paid by the city and the general fund. That's reality, right? The Army did not pay for everything associated with the former corridor land. And so, we just have to, I was gonna say dig through that, but it costs us so much, I won't make that pun, right? So we just have to keep going forward. Excellent questions, but I just want to get the public the full background, which is, the Army gave us the land and they said, you got to figure out how to develop it. And some are dirty, some has buildings on them, and some has trees on them. And I mentioned that because I think I read in some article about, hey, we can't develop on that land because it got trees on it. Well, the citizens of Seaside is gonna have to make up their mind what they want to do. So it's been probably moved to second. I think we went out to the public. Do you have public comment? Public comment is open. And no motion yet. Thank you.
I'll make a motion.
Would you please, sir?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
You'll probably move to second. Public comment is open.
I know some of you personally, so anybody who knows me personally knows that I really care about cancer in particular, fight against cancer. Prevention through education is everything. And I'll say that again, prevention through education is everything. You're talking about campus town, you're talking about kids, you're talking about the next generation of our taxpayers, of those who are going to be, you know, grandparents someday. I have a relative who worked for a company who got the contract to do all the water testing when the lands were being distributed. Everybody here on this panel knows that there is a toxic plume at the clay layer. If you add that with, you know, I'm not even going to go into the purple pipes and all that. We'll let science figure that out long term. But the soil, you know, you're talking about carcinogenic cancer causing compounds. You're talking about something very serious. And I just don't know what consultants you're consulting with, but you know, I do hope that my concerns are being discussed long-term. And, you know, maybe even the concerns for the communities where these soils, heavy soils, are being stored. I'm really not astute with all of this. I have a little bit of information about a lot of things, but I would say that based on the information that I do have, going back to when the water testing was done, you know, there's knowledge, no denying the soil has been contaminated by the 7th Infantry, former Fort Ord. So are we, do we have anybody on staff that's looking at writing grants to various federal agencies to help underwrite, you know, the cleanup costs, the consultant costs, anything associated with dealing with the heavy metals? And I want to keep pounding this in with my 3 minutes because I don't want this to come back later, you know, Flint, Michigan, or, you know, something else. We're already a community that's very well known for using millions of pounds of carcinogenic cancer-causing compounds, pesticides, in our agriculture. It's in our food, it's in our water, it's in our soil. And so, you know, we have to look at all the different environments that are potentially causing a risk to our kids, because younger people, their metabolism is twice as fast as an adult. You know, you got to think about the younger people with their body mass and size, and how their body is able to deal with the exposure of such toxic metals. Thank you for your time.
Public comment remains open.
Carla Lobo, you now have the floor.
Good evening. My question is with regards to the ending balance after this transfer is made. What will be that number? And when do we anticipate running out and our recourse to refund that, or to create a revenue fund to fund, so that when we look at future development, we have money set aside for this particular reason? I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, public comments closed. City manager, do you hear any questions you can, or you or the city attorney can answer at this time?
Yeah, I don't have the running tally of the FORA bonds at my fingertips, but we'll get that information and make it known. And I will say that the expected cost of the demolition for the hammerheads, as an example, you know, was factored into the sale cost of the property. So the bonds, the FORA bonds were really came in addition to the expected cost of the demolition of the hammerheads as it related to the sale cost of the property. So the FORA bonds were really, really extraordinarily helpful, not just for this community, but for other communities.
Yes, thank you. Just addressing the first issues. First of all of the soils proceeds are stockpiled on plastic, so it's to contain contamination, potential contamination or cross-contamination with other parts of the soil. And number two, this site is going through a regulatory process to ensure that it will be able to be safely used for residential reuse.
That was my, I hope you went to that point. So we're not talking about a Flint, Michigan type thing. And we would not, our obligation is to turn it over all of these lands at residential levels, meaning safe to build upon.
That is correct. And just an additional clarification with respect to water supply and the plume. This project will be served by Marina Coast Water District, which is a public water supplier, which is monitoring the quality of the water that it provides to all of its customers on a routine basis. So that is separate from any contamination plume that was on the former Fort Ord, which I might add, if you go to the fortordcleanup.com website, you can see that the plume footprints have been shrinking over time as they've been pumping and treating that water. So, but again, this project, public water supply, and should be a safe and healthy water supply.
And then I'll just add, what occurred to me, Mr. City Manager, when you were talking about the bonds and how we've been anticipating just about all of this, even some of this excess overrun is, you helped put together that bond, right? You was here to put that bond together. And so that's what I want people to understand. When you're talking about, we anticipated the cost of this takedown of the buildings and some of this bond proceeds for cleanup, you have a good understanding of that by one of the writers of the bond. I think you led the discussion on the need for the bond, so go ahead.
Yeah, I absolutely recall that. So it was the best thing that Ford did in their, I don't know, 20 years of existence.
Okay. All right, too much time. But, all those in favor, use the right sign of voting, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Abstentions, ayes have it, motion carried unanimously. We did go past the 7:30 recess that people wanted to take. So we will stand in recess for a few minutes so staff can start.
Recording in progress.
Calling us back to order on public hearing, item number 9A, an ordinance approving a zoning ordinance amendment 24-02 to allow residential and mixed-use projects in the commercial mixed-use zoning district and a zoning map amendment 24-02 to change the zoning of 942 Hillby Avenue from community commercial to CMX. ZOA 24-02 is not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to section 15061 B of the CEQA guidelines. ZMA 24-02 is categorically exempt class 32 from CEQA pursuant to the section 15332 of the CEQA guidelines. This is a first reading and it will be a roll call vote. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff has a presentation to explain all that.
Thank you, Mayor, City Manager, City Council. So as you noted, this is a zoning ordinance amendment and a zoning map amendment. So this is one ordinance with two actions associated in it. On December 7th of 2023, the City Council adopted a new housing element for our general plan. Part of that housing element is to we were required to identify sites to meet the city's regional housing needs allocation, or RENA. So as part of that, there was a technical appendix which identified a number of these sites and specified some of them to be appropriate sites for the development of low-income households. So there's language within the housing element that says that all of the sites that were identified as being appropriate for low-income households within the housing element have to allow residential uses by right. And what that basically means is a by right application. It's it's a box check. Staff looks at the application, we look at what the code says, and if everything complies, staff just approves it on the spot. The alternative method is a discretionary permit, which is like a use permit where we have public notification, hearings, etc. So again, what HCD is requiring us to do is that we have to allow these lower income projects by right on all of the sites that we identified for lower income households. So for most of those sites, they're in the residential zoning districts. They're already allowed by right. There are two sites that we identified that are in commercial districts that our current code does not allow by right. So one of them is this site right here, 1130 Broadway Avenue. This is about a half-acre empty site. It is directly across the street from Seagrove. So that's terrace, I believe, is right to the west right here. It is zoned in the commercial mixed use, or CMX zoning district. So within that district, residential uses are allowed either as a standalone use or as part of a mixed use development. But in both cases, they are not by right. They require a minor use permit or a use permit. The other site is 942 Hillby Avenue. This is located just a few doors down from the Oldemeyer Center. So the Oldemeyer Center is just off the map to the east here. These are actually two city-owned parcels right here. And then you have this large, mostly vacant parcel. There's a house on it right here. It's about 1.19 acres. This one is located in the community commercial zoning district. And within the community commercial zoning district, standalone residential uses are prohibited. They're not allowed at all. They can be considered as part of a mixed use residential development, but again, that's a discretionary application. So under the housing element, we have to allow for residential development by right at both of these sites. And so to do that, it's a two-step process. The first is zoning ordinance amendment 24-02. And this would, within the CMX zoning district, change what the use classification table states as being, in this case, a use permit for multifamily standalone and a minor use permit for mixed-use residential development. In both cases, we would change those to being permitted uses, which that's what our code uses when something is by right. This would actually have very little impact in terms of the capacity for development because we're not changing the development regulations. We're not changing, the number of units that are allowed or the setbacks or anything like that. The only thing that we're changing is the process by which those would be considered. And if we make this change right here, then 1130 Broadway would be then compliant because it would be residential would be allowed by right at that site. 942 Hilby is a little bit trickier because within the CC district, we do not allow standalone residential at all. And if we were to simply change the zoning ordinance to allow that, that would also allow residential at every other CC property in the city, which would be all along Fremont Avenue, which would be, I think, a significant change that might be a good change or not, but it's worthy of more discussion than what we're looking at right now. So what we're proposing here is to take this parcel and rezone it to commercial mixed use. And what that would do is the changes that we just looked at in zoning ordinance would then be applicable here. And residential uses would be allowed by right on this parcel as well. And this actually would be consistent with the new general plan that was recently adopted because that designates this parcel as being mixed use high, which basically means high density mixed use projects. So with CEQA, the zoning ordinance amendment, because we're not changing the development potential for these properties, we're just changing the process. There really is no potential environmental impact associated with that. And with the zoning map amendment, we're recommending that it be found exempt pursuant to section 15332 of the CEQA guidelines pertaining to infill development. And so staff recommends that council introduce the attached ordinance to approve ZOA 2402 and ZMA 24-02 and making the appropriate findings with regards to CEQA. I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much for that excellent presentation. Are there any questions? Pretty clear to me. Thank you so much. Public comment is open. Thank you so much. Seeing no one, public comment is closed, bringing it back to the council. What is the will of the council?
Move approval.
Second. It's been properly moved in second on the question. All those in favor, use the regular sign voting, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have to see. A roll call vote.
I like that method better.
No, that's right. Just, I was moving too fast. Go ahead. So roll call vote.
Council and Agency Member Miller.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Burks.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Garcia Arazola.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem and Vice Chair Pacheco.
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Oglesby.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll go to business item number 10A, presentation of plan for fireworks enforcement for New Year's Eve 2024. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Commander Doza has the presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Matt Doza, Commander, Seaside PD. Today I'm going to review our 2024 New Year's Eve enforcement plan. Next slide, please. Thank you. This year, we're going to have extra officers on duty for New Year's Eve to focus on two key points of public safety, which includes DUI prevention and enforcement, as well as fireworks prevention and enforcement as well. As we've all seen recently in the news, not only our county, but the Tri-County, we've had a huge increase of DUI collisions and fatals. So that's why we're focusing on DUI prevention enforcement as well as our fireworks as well. This year, our fireworks and prevention enforcement includes high visibility patrols, our black and white patrol cars, officers in uniform, patrolling the city, also hitting our frequently known areas where fireworks are going off. I want to point out that this year, or because of the time of the year, all fireworks are illegal. This includes illegal fireworks, also safe and sane. Safe and sane in our city is only legal during the 4th of July. And it also includes enforcement. Again, all fireworks are illegal, and this includes issuing civil citations and, when appropriate, criminal citations as well. We also have our drone unit out as well to assist our officers on the ground with enforcing the fireworks as well. Can we go back one slide, previous, please? Thank you. As well as our DUI enforcement and prevention. Again, prevention, high visibility, enforcing traffic laws so that people see us out there, they know that we're out there, and to help try and prevent people from driving while intoxicated. And the enforcement part, detect DUI drivers, and if needed, apprehend those DUI drivers. 2 slides ahead, please. This year, we're also going to open up our hotlines for reporting fireworks. We do encourage people to call our dispatch number first. If they can't get to us to that number first, then start using our hotline numbers or our text numbers. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions.
Any questions? Council Member Garcia Zola?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I see a text option here. Is that going to be monitored every, is 24/7 or every how often is that going to be monitored?
During New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
Yeah, during the evening hour. I would say like the swing shift to graveyard hours. About 3 p.m. to 2 a.m.
Okay. And is it going to be like an automated system or is it going to be a live person?
It's going to be a live person. Yes.
And then for DUI prevention, are we doing, I know last year we did, I think it was public service announcements, and we were starting to publicize it a few weeks in advance, I think around this time, actually.
Right.
Educating the community of the dangers of driving under the influence and what that means. Are we going to do that again?
We still have the content that we can post on our social media.
And other than high visibility and traffic enforcement, so were there going to be any type of checkpoints or anything of that sort?
No checkpoints, no.
Okay. I guess that would be it for now. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, just one.
I think illegal fireworks remain a very serious concern on New Year's Eve. Education, it's December 5th. Personally, I haven't seen anything. Are we going to start making the public aware of the $1,000 fine, the enforcement, the rules? Anything that we can't do to minimize the negative impact of illegal fireworks?
On our social media, yes. Fireworks are illegal all the time outside of 4th of July. I'm talking about the safe and sane. So every type of firework is illegal this year. So yes.
My question is, are they going, and we know that, but are we going to start making the public aware that if they get caught directly or indirectly, that there will be a fine and they must pay the fine?
Absolutely, yes.
And we expect that announcement to start happening very soon?
Correct, yes.
Last year, 4th of July, I know it's different, but they also had those road signs on either Fremont or.
Yes, we did, correct.
Are you gonna do that as well for the DUIs or for both, or?
We haven't planned on that, but we can look into it.
I'm just,
Yes.
because I just think education as it relates to DUIs as well as illegal fireworks are both negatively impact the residents.
Right.
And potentially health and safety. So I just,
Right.
anything we can do would be appreciated. Thank you.
Councilmember Miller.
Thank you. On the 4th of July, we have a majority of our staff work. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is it the same percentage for the New Year's?
No, it is not.
It's way reduced.
It is, yes.
And for the 4th of July, we hired a third-party security company. Are we thinking of that again for New Year's? Or I guess my question is the New Year's not as many fireworks as during the 4th of July?
Correct. We don't see as much, as many fireworks.
Is it fair to say half? Or?
I don't recall exactly, but it's nowhere as near 4th of July, correct? Yeah, so we won't have any extra security or a security company like we hired on 4th of July.
But we will have enough staff.
Correct, we will, yes. Yep.
Thank you.
Councilmember Garcia.
So let's say someone else, I'm still on the texting hotline. Let's say someone else messages in like a different language, right? Like Mandarin or Tagalog, whatever it might be, Spanish.
Right.
What's the process to read those messages?
The phone is actually an iPhone. The text number goes on iPhone. You can just hold down on the message, translate, and translates it for you instantly.
And are we gonna be responding back to that number?
Correct. It goes to a live person in our records division, so it goes right there to a real person immediately.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the 3 hotline numbers, I'm assuming, all of them are gonna be answered?
Yes, those are all desk phones in our records division.
Okay.
Yes.
Would you, I mean, I'm not gonna ask you, but I'd like to hopefully see an updated number or report of how many calls were answered and how many were received.
Yeah, that's easy for us to do, to keep a log of how many phone calls are coming in. Yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else that may want to comment on the safety of New Year's Eve, DUI driving? Nobody? I want to agree with Mayor Protem, everyone else. I think it's important that we have some type of educational thing out there. I mean, everybody know you don't drink and drive, right? And definitely everybody know about fireworks, but there's nothing wrong with telling them again, because I do believe once they get that $1,000 fine, they need to walk right up in here and pay it and don't dispute it, because you're not disputing setting off fireworks. But towards the end, I think it was Councilmember Miller said, I think, like someone said, you gonna have enough staff? And you said, yes, I mean, right? That doesn't mean everybody's gonna get caught. That doesn't mean nobody will set off fireworks.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I just, you know what I'm saying? You guys gonna do the best you can.
Right.
Which is much, resources that you can. But it's not like it's unlimited resources.
That is correct.
And so, we just hope people follow the law. And I just end with this is I do hope people don't do the driving while under the influence levels. Cause I had a good friend that was killed by a drunk driver about a month and a half ago. So, it was shocking when it happens to someone that you know. We hear about it all the time.
Right.
But when it's a family member or a friend or for me, someone that you just seen yesterday. And someone that was driving while underneath the influence killed him. And so thank you so much for what you guys do. Public comment is open.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city manager and city attorney, Bobby Maxwell. I'm really wondering if there's some way that the city can promote a designated driver program where we would have like a list of people that would be willing to drive people that are inebriated or under the influence home instead of them getting in their own vehicles and driving. And I would be willing to volunteer to be one of those designated drivers if that is created. But I think that program would work. and at really no cost. I would rather drive someone home than have them put other people at risk. Because it is a horrible thing to lose a friend or a family member or just anyone, even if you don't know them. So just, it's just food for thought. Thank you for your time.
Public comment remains open. Seeing here, no one else, public comments closed, bringing it back to. Well, it's more of a presentation and I don't know, we can have some comments, but the city manager, you know, this is what he's planning on doing for protection of the community on that night. So if there's any other comments, we move on to other things.
Just really briefly.
Yeah.
One, just for the importance of residents, I believe, pretty confident in saying that taxi groups, clubs do that as well as AAA, provide that service. And I just think I think the mayor mentioned it. It's really important that if someone gets cited for illegal fireworks, that they pay the fine. And just lastly, whoever wants to drive drunk, as you mentioned, just understand that you're not only impacting the person that killed, you're impacting their cousins, their brothers, or uncles. It's a long line of people that you have an impact on. And I know our residents will do the right thing, I'm hoping, and I expect. And I know our police department will do their best to ensure this community is safe. Thank you.
Anyway, okay. Yeah, I'll just quickly say, yeah, agree with you. You know, even the driver, you change your life and the life of your families and the people that love you when you go away for years for doing that. And you know, and most people don't, I would say all people don't do it on purpose, right? It's just the alcohol is, you know, just, you know, you can't control that once you get drunk. But I was just trying to highlight, we appreciate that it is people in our community, not only the police, but bartenders and anyone and people that want to drive people when they don't feel like they should be driving. We appreciate those people in our community too. You want to say, yes, sir.
I have to agree with you both. And I guess this is a question for the city manager, maybe, any way we can sort of push out our information or our PSAs to the local university and MPUSD as well. Sometimes young people need that reminder during these holiday seasons that.
We will do that. Hey, MPUSD, did you? Huh? Right. No, you know, and I say that because we want to encourage people in the students at MPUSD not to be participating in alcoholic beverages. But I think it's a good idea, however we pulling the thread that Mayor Pro Tem had, which is how do we educate more people? And there's nothing wrong with figuring out how to ways to put that information out to remind people not to drink. All right, item number 11. 11A, new council members requests. 11B, follow up on previous requests.
We have one outstanding previous request related to the results of the 4th of July fireworks fines, and that's scheduled for our meeting in January.
Oh, okay. I'll go back to new council members request. I want to have a conversation about what do we do about persons sleeping underneath the underpass over there by Seaside High. I think the council needs to have a plan for that as it relates to, you know, what we need to do to get that thing fenced in or just stop that. It's going on too long. All right, item number 12, city attorney, city manager, city council, mayor's comments and reports on committee assignments. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I have nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Same. Thank you, Mr. Councilmember Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been trying to make my ways around to the different cities swearing in, as different cities on the peninsula have had new council members and mayors. And last night I was at the city of Pacific Grove, which was nice. And also I attended the Kaiser ribbon cutting in the city of Salinas. That was a good event. And I was saddened to hear about the passing of your friend a month and a half ago in a car accident, Mr. Mayor, and my sincere condolences to you and your family. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those kind words. Councilmember Burks.
I have nothing to report.
Councilmember Garcia Zola.
One thing to report. On the 26th, I attended the Salvation Army Good Samaritan groundbreaking ceremony alongside the mayor. Wonderful event, good services that go on there, and just a great opportunity for us to all gather together, especially before the holidays. And the only thing I also want to mention, hopefully the city manager during these holiday seasons, if we can post county mental health resources out there to our constituents, and just a reminder of what services are available to them.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem.
Excuse me, I attended the Art Commission's November Art Show. Competitive, it was a beautiful show, great artists, some of the finest art we've seen over the years. Great, enjoyable evening, and just Sandra Gray did a great job at hosting the event. Attended Fossil Park cleanup at Beta Park. Fossil continues to enhance our neighborhoods and our parks throughout Seaside. I attended a special meeting in the Monterey Salinas Transit meeting where funds were approved to move the surf project forward. Attended Farmers Market. It's been slower in the past few weeks of the fall season, late fall season. It's a great community event. I encourage residents to support it actively and just stop by. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank the Sabu Sheikh family. I attended the Sabu Sheikh Family Center expansion groundbreaking with Councilmember Garcia Zola. As he said, it's a wonderful event. What they're doing out there, that Salvation Army facility is just wonderful. You know, people go out there, get a warm meal, hot shower, within walking distance of any place in the city of Seaside. And it's always there, always available. And they have a food pantry there also. Me and the Mayor Pro Tem attended the NPUSD and Seaside team ad hoc committee meeting. Again, to talk about how we can work closer with the school district, with the Superintendent PK, Dr. Betty Luss was not able to attend that meeting, but that group works together to make sure we're collaborating with the school district, make sure we are, the kids don't slip between any of our shared safety nets. And we did talk about some upcoming events here in the community. Attended the Cal Cities Leadership Workshop today. Again, it's city leaders, council members and mayors from throughout California. Met and talk about upcoming budget. They believe that the 25-26 year budget should be roughly only $2 billion in the red, as opposed to 37 of last year. And so, but it's so close, they don't see themselves funding outside of that. And that's the budget analyst's office, not the legislators. They have a different calculator, I believe. And so it was just good to be with other city elected officials about how do we respond to national trends. And I think we talked about that earlier, geopolitical concerns, and they do have a big concern about how the federal government may just try to discipline so-called California by not necessarily sending the money down that we should be fairly receiving. And 1/3 of the money we get from, well, 1/3 of the budget, it comes from the federal government. Close to 6% of that comes to Medicare. So that's a concern. I have my mayor's meeting tomorrow. Inviting everybody down to tree lighting, City Hall. When is that? That's tomorrow, 6 p.m. I talked about the issue at the underpass at Seaside High. Also, it was some, I got a concern with some personal property across from Gusto's that's been there for about 3 days now. And it's, you know, one man's treasure is another man's, you know, personal property. But when it's, you know, just all bike parts and things like that, after a while, it's not, you know, that's something we're gonna have to deal with, right? So, but I know it's so large that if it's not on the private property that it's on now, it would impede public property, right? So I know there's an area there for us to enforce some of our health and welfare codes. Want to just share with the community and congratulate again, it was Pastor M.L. Carter. He received the honor by the Boys and Girls Club for his community service with their 2024 Luis Perez Community Service Award for his work and ministry in saving souls and improving lives. You know, what Pastor Carter does is just outstanding, and we just want to share with the Boys and Girls Club their accolades for him and their knowledge of his community work. And I was glad to be there with them. I already shared my concerns about, I got a couple calls about police response to the Him Plaza. You know, they were categorizing it as untimely response. And so we want to just, you know, if we have to, we have to start checking the logs or whatever. But what we won't have the police not showing up when they're called. They, you know, so we want the people that live in the Hem to believe and feel that when they call, the police will show up. They will be as friendly as need to be friendly, and then they will settle disputes and take the bad people away as appropriate. And so somehow we're falling away from that, and we want to build that back up. I also want to thank the Sheikh family, JR and Chris in particularly, for some of their donation of turkeys to Pastor's Lust Thanksgiving giveaway basket. You know, over there they give away more than just turkeys. It's turkeys in the full trimmings for family, and then they have a little food kitchen at the same time, and they had gifts, shoes and clothes and things for little kids. So it was a wonderful day, and like they said, they gave away about 520 turkeys. And so, and when you're over there, that's a lot of our community members that they serve. And so, you know, what they're doing is, again, feeding those that need to be fed. I want to just end with this, pulling your thread again about the mental health. I think we need to make that a council member's request or something, because I think we need to just go ahead and establish some type of those messages just throughout the year. That should just be, no one should have to ask us, should we be sending these out during these times of year when people are feeling lonely and it's the holidays. So, but it takes time for staff to sit down and figure out when those are, what to say. So what my point is, such a good idea. Let's just not do it for this holiday. And then, you know, it's other days in the year that people feel lonely and despondent, and sometimes they do what as I teach, it takes a lot of courage to take your life, and we don't want nobody to do that. But I thought what you said was excellent. So that's me. And we will go to item number 13, which is closed session. I will ask the city attorney to read us into closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. The council will have only one item in closed session today. It's item A. It's a matter of public employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. And it's to discuss the city manager recruitment. As stated earlier, item B in closed session was pulled and we do not need to, and the council will not be receiving any briefing on those, on item B.
Thank you. Public comment is open on our closed session items. Thank you so much. Hearing no one, seeing no one, we will move into, or public comment on our closed session item is closed. We will move into our closed session.